year.
This fight has lived up to expectations.
Good. Finds the cup. He's walking it, he's looking, he's begging, and it worked.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
How do you like it? How do you like it?
That is unbelievable.
These guys will be legends in their own country, but also in the international basketball world forever.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not supposed to be cheering, but this is X Series. I can do whatever I want.
It all comes down to tonight. Don't miss the biggest night in MMA. PFL is more than a fight.
Catching up on any NFL game is easier than ever before.
Looking to the end zone for the win! Oh my gosh, one of the great games you'll ever see. It's their time. A night to remember.
The following program is recommended for those 16 and over, as it contains sporting violence, possible bad language, and flashing imagery.
This is the moment the world has been waiting for. The judges are ready, the fighters are ready, the boxing world is ready. The fight starts now! Let's go.
How do you like it? On the show.
So aggressive, so focused.
It all comes down to this.
Fight night, only on DAZN.
Whoa, easy, steady, steady. I'm just admiring Wembley Stadium because you know on Saturday it goes down. 96,000 people are going to be in there. That is Saturday. Today is a bit different. Follow me. All right, so Saturday, Wembley Stadium. Today, the big boy, Wembley Arena. We are doing the media and public workout. So that means we're going to see the fighters do a bit of this and throw hands. And we've got 3 fights as well. So it's a busy day. So join us right now.
Live on DAZN, September 21st, Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois fight for the IBF World Heavyweight title. AJ stands on the brink of history to become a 3-time world champion. Daniel Dynamite Dubois, Britain's silent powerhouse, stands in his way. An explosive night at Wembley awaits.
Who do you think you are? Daniel, don't disrespect me.
Joshua versus Dubois. Live on DAZN, September 21st. Buy now at DAZN.com.
Looking at the magnificent National Stadium, which will be absolutely filled to the rafters. 96,000 expected there on Saturday night. That's Saturday. Today, the focus is the OVO Arena here in Wembley for the media and public workout. AJ versus Dubois is coming up, people. But today, they're all going to be in that ring. That ring is where they're going to throw hands and show us what they've got. Also, we've got 3 fights as well for you. So it's a busy day today for the media public workouts. And it's going to be a special one as well because the A-team has once again been assembled. Don't laugh, Barry. You are part of the A-team. You are that. Barry Jones, Darren Barker. Darren, this is nice, isn't it? And if you can move out the way just a little bit, Barry, Buckingham Palace. Look at that. They're gonna walk through those gates. This is very, very special.
These are events now. They're not just boxing shows anymore, are they? These are proper shows that last a week. They get the juices flowing every single day. The events get bigger, they get more grand, and they really get you going. And after speaking to both Dubois and AJ yesterday, I'm even more excited for the fight because they're both relaxed, but they're both extremely confident.
Yeah, he's talking of events. I mean, yesterday was an event in itself, wasn't it? Leicester Square. I mean, that was fantastic. The purple carpet, I loved it.
Well, just to go to Leicester Square, most people don't get the chance to go to London, but I mean, to do like a movie, a premiere type thing, and we talk about these events all the time now. We all talk about boxing on big events and big shows, you remember for the rest of your career, but what they do now all week, win or lose the fight for some of these undercards, this will be the highlight of their career.
Yeah,
because it's just phenomenal, isn't it? The stuff you get to experience, you get to see, you get to feel like a big time fighter. Even if it's just for one fight, you get to feel it, and that's a rare thing.
Yeah, you see them both for the fighters there, Daniel Dubois and AJ. And one thing that it was easy to recognise from that, Darren, is both of them smiling, both of them enjoying it, which is normal for AJ because he's been here, done it before. For Dubois, he's just taking this in his stride.
Look, do you know what it is? I feel that they've both experienced defeats, and they don't want to experience it again. Though there's nerves and there's pressure with that, I just think they've got that experience in abundance now, and I think they just want to go out there and do their thing. Talking to AJ, he's talking about his mindset, being the fighter that he wants to be. I asked him this yesterday and previously before that about him almost manifesting who he wants to be, and he seems like he's in the correct mindset to do that. Physically, he's in great shape, and Daniel Dubois, to overcome, exercise the demons, which he has done in the last couple of fights, is so impressive. So I have no doubt, as soon as that bell goes on Saturday, it's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, it's going to be good, in it. We're going to hear more from Barry and Darren a bit later, but the fighters are ready to make their way in the ring, so it's only one man to do this. Let's throw it down to your MC, Mr. Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the media workouts for Riyadh's season card, Wembley edition. A great night of World Championship boxing this Saturday, September 21st, from Wembley Stadium in London, England. I would first like to take this moment to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority GIA, Turki Al Sheikh, for putting together this spectacular Riyadh season event and its fight week here in London. Riyadh season has really re-elevated the sport, and it is genuinely being done for the boxing fans. This great event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing. This event is sponsored by Visit Saudi, Solomon Al Habib Hospital, Saudi Airlines, Red Sea Global, Daria, and Middle Beast, in partnership with Gold Star Promotions and Sella, in association with Wasserman Boxing and Boxer. This great event will be shown worldwide on DAZN, on TNT Sports Box Office, Sky Sports Box Office, and on payperview.com.
Chamberlain must be one of the most confident fighters going right now, because he's looked really good in his last 3 fights.
He has, and and certainly against Gavin Quinn, that was a fight that was going to be a really difficult task for him, and he made it look so easy for himself. I think with Chamberlain, we have a guy who just has fantastic balance. His judgment of distance is so perfect that he can punch short or long with power because he knows exactly where he is, so he gets the leverage right in every shot. And that's more difficult than it seems. People think, oh, just throw the shot, but you've got to get the balance right, move your body in the right way, and he always finds the space, so however close or far away you are, to do that. But I do think for Josh, it is trying to get close. That means plenty of head movement, being brave, which is not as easy as it sounds, but he has to try and close the gap, try and work it inside close, and then spin off on a pivot away from him and keep turning Chamberlain.
Yeah, I agree. And funny enough, I think probably out of all of the fighters on the card, there's probably none more looking forward to the first bell more than Josh. And the reason I say that is this is all different. This is alien to him. Boxing isn't. Though he's only had the 14 fights, that's what he does best. Probably not all of this sort of the entertainment side of boxing. So yeah, he'll be desperate for the first bell, but he's up against it. It's a tough night for him.
He is, Barry, but Mark's been, you know, a favourite in his last couple of fights he has, but not a big favourite. Mark will walk into Saturday night as a big favourite now.
Yeah, no, he is a big favourite, so there's a bit more weight on his expectation on his shoulders, as we say. But I do think that, you know, he's such a has a calm demeanour about him that I think he'll cope with that pressure.
And now let's welcome, from Portsmouth, Hampshire, England, undefeated with 16 wins, 12 of his 16 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the current WBC Silver and IBF European Champion, Mark Chamberlain.
He is coming, I promise you. Mark Chamberlain is going to make his way there. The man of the moment, enjoying life. And I think on the cusp of a world title fight, or at least getting in that mix as well soon.
Yeah, he's very close. Within a fight or two, I think, away. Being His Excellency's favourite fighter is a real honour, I would say, and an honour that will pave opportunities for you. We've seen him on the cards, and every time he's on the bill, on the cards, he doesn't disappoint. I mean, the Gavin Quinn performance, very good. We knew that could be a tough battle. Totally grabbed the fight by the scruff of the neck and didn't give Quinn a chance. And Joshua Wahab, I mean, deer in the headlights. I mean, that was a tremendous first round victory.
It was incredible. Josh Pantley's going to join us now. Josh, come straight in. Hi Josh, as Mark walks into the ring, so many questions I want to ask you. First, about the occasion. Obviously you've never experienced anything like this before. What's it like, first time round, grand arrivals, Riyadh season, what's it like?
Yeah, it's definitely like nothing I've ever experienced before. It's the glitz and the glamour of boxing. Obviously, like you say, the small hall shows that I've been on, you don't get none of this, so it's all pretty fresh to me and pretty new, but I'm just soaking it up and enjoying it all.
Josh, very quickly, I want to jump into the fight itself and talk about your strengths and weaknesses. We know Mark's. What are your strengths and weaknesses for people who haven't seen you?
Quite an elusive fighter with a good power as well, so I'm backing myself against Mark. I'm here for the win, I'm not here just to take part. And I want this to continue, so the best way to do that is beat Mark Chamberlain.
How long did it take you to accept the fight, Josh? Was it like an instant?
The initial offer come through. It didn't take too much to be there. It was Mark Chamberlain, obviously, and then the Wembley came on, and then it was like, well, we can't pass on an opportunity like this. They don't come around too often in boxing. When you actually look who's boxed at Wembley, there's only a select few, so it was green light, let's get it on.
Love it.
When you do the media and public workout, I've always wanted to ask fighters, do you really want to do that? Is there a plan, or you just go in there, hit pads and get out, or is there a certain routine for 4 minutes?
Nah, you just do a little bit. You can't give too much because somebody might see something, so you do the basics of what you know, but other than that, yeah.
Are you taking anything away from what Mark's done in the ring now?
We've done his own work on Mark, and we know what we need to do in the ring. We know what his strengths are, so on Fight Now, we'll expose them.
You know, I've been told that 96,000 won't just be in there on Saturday night for the main event, but they're saying as soon as doors open, they're expecting thousands to rush in. You're going to walk out to around 50,000 people.
Yeah, prior to this, I think the biggest venue that I boxed on is the banquet suite at Ellen Road. So it's nowhere near even as big as this, so it's going to be quite the shock. I'm not a big football fan, so I've not been in the big stadiums and stuff, and I've never been in Wembley, so first time's going to be on Saturday night, so I'm buzzing for it.
Have you got any fans coming down? Family?
Yeah, family and friends are all coming down. Some are coming down for the weigh-ins on Friday, and then a lot of them are coming up Saturday.
Josh, honestly, this is incredible. The Riyadh season's always been about sort of unearthing fighters that maybe the casual fight fans don't know. And they always go on to do well, and I'm sure you're going to do well on Saturday, Josh.
Brilliant.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Top
much.
man.
Lads, thank you very much. Cheers, lads.
I love that. Honestly, there could be 50,000 when he walks out. That's crazy.
How good is that, though? What a story. And it just shows you if you're fit, you're ready, you're on weight, you get opportunities, and he's a good fighter. Like Barry's alluded, you know, he can do a bit of everything. He's got good movement. He's very busy. But this man here, he's been so impressive. He's not just only impressed us, but I think he's impressed the world of boxing with his way he approaches fights. It's always on his terms, and this man here will be extremely proud of his charge.
Yeah, Frank Warren's got quite a lot of charges that are doing very well right now. Is there any way that Mark overlooks him a little bit just because there is a lot of talk about Zapata and Shakur Stevenson's name's been brought up? Is there any way he's looking past him a bit?
Well, let's be on paper, not in reality. On paper, this is his second gimme. Yeah. That's what people look at this. To be honest, after beating Quinn, he didn't really step up any further than that. So they'll say this is the second fight. You're a massive favourite. So he could overlook him. I don't think he will, but he could.
Yeah, look at the form guide there. I mean, Darren mentioned that Joshua Hard one was his incredible first round knockout. I say first round, first minute. Gavin Quinn was the fight we all thought was going to be a lot more tougher, and he made that one look comfortable as well. Very, very good fighter.
Well, the first time against Quinn, he came up against a guy who was bigger than him for the weight, taller, longer, and it looked like, I thought, stronger, but he wasn't. Again, I said with Chamberlain, his judgment of the distance is superb. He knows where he is all the time.
Our next two fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 12-round contest for the vacant WBO Interim Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Let's first welcome from Carstairs, Scotland. His professional record, 18 wins, just 1 defeat. 13 of his 18 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the current WBC Silver Champion, Willie the Hutch Train Hutchinson.
Here he is, the Hutch Train, Willie Hutchinson. You know, listening to what Thomas Schreiber said there, one of the things that stood out, apart from all the accolades, was 13 knockouts from 18 wins. That's solid. That's punch power as well, that is.
Yeah, and he generates it from a brilliant base. His footwork's really, really good, really rotates into the shots. Slowly becoming one of the biggest wind-ups in world boxing. He loves getting in the head of his opponents. Extremely confident individual.
All right, Mark Chamberlain's here to have a word with. Mark, how are you, brother?
Yeah, all good. Right.
You're all used to this now. This is the norm for you, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, this workout actually felt like I was doing my ring walk. It's crazy.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
Does it surprise you? Obviously, look, you've done a couple of big ones in Saudi Arabia. Does this still surprise you? Are you still shocked about how big this is getting?
Yeah, definitely. I walked out of the changing rooms before, literally when I got here, and I looked out there and I see the guards standing there. I thought, whoa, I've never seen this before, not in London.
Mark, how important is it for you not to take your foot off the gas here? Look, you're on the cuffs of really big things here, but you've got a lively opponent in Josh on Saturday night.
I just got to keep my feet on the ground. I've trained hard. I know that I'm up against an unbeaten fighter. I don't think he's going to bring anything to the table that I haven't seen yet. But yeah, we haven't taken him lightly and ready to go Saturday night.
No danger of overlooking Josh?
No, I'm not looking past Josh. Obviously, I've got a job to do on Saturday night before we go any further. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
First of all, you look tiny for a middleweight. He's massive, isn't he? But I was going to say to you about, do you think you're ready now for that world title shot? Because your progression, even though you've had good learning fights, but it's been quite steep, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm up there in the rankings now. Obviously I've got to keep doing what I'm doing. But I've made it quite clear to Frank and the team, that's what I want. I want big fights and big nights, and for me to achieve that, I've got to start knocking on the door for world titles.
So you would take a world title next if it was offered to you right now?
Oh, definitely. If Josh Padley pulled out tomorrow for whatever reason and they said we got a body so-and-so here for the world title, yeah.
Lomachenko?
Hey?
Lomachenko or something like that?
Oh, anyone will do. Give me a world title.
Is there anybody you're after, or is it anybody?
There's a couple of names. I think the Berencic fight will be one for me right now. But I've got a job to do first, and we'll move on from there.
That's a winnable fight, sorry. I think that's a winnable fight for you. A hard fight, but a winnable fight.
Yeah, they're all hard, aren't they, when you get to this level? But I'm looking forward to the nights that are coming.
Mark, top man, good luck. Get off your legs. Thank you very much, Mark, top man. Appreciate it. Mark Chamberlain very confident, not as confident as that man though. Willie Hutchinson in the ring has just showed his abs as well, shows that he's in good shape. And that's one thing I said yesterday on the broadcast. Like, he was in good shape for Craig Richards, obviously, but I feel like he is in better shape here now.
Willie the Hutch Train Hutchinson.
Yeah, he understands the importance now. He can't mess around in this game because there's some big shots for him out there with his confidence, with his personality. Like I say, he likes to wind up his opponents and he's brilliant for TV. He backs it up in the ring, so I'm really looking forward to this one.
And let's not forget, after October the 12th, when Bivol boxes better be out, we don't know what's going to happen to all those belts. They might all fragment, which gives him an opportunity because he's ranked very highly. If he gives another good performance here Saturday and gets the win against Buatsi, then he's elevated to world champion status straight away.
Willie Hutchinson's going to make his way to us, and what an addition, by the way, to the light heavyweight division over here. I mean, because let's be honest, a couple of years ago he's not being mentioned. We're talking the Yards, Buatsis, Callum Smiths. We're not talking Willie Hutchinson. All of a sudden, Willie Hutchinson, Ben Whittaker's going to make that rise soon as well. We're expecting in the next 12 to 18 months. It's a fantastic division.
And do you know what? I like why he's being mentioned an awful lot now. It's because of his performance last time. It's not the words, it's not so much the personality, it's the way he performed.
It's to be able to back up the words.
Back it up, exactly that. Look, everyone was saying, well, majority of people were saying that's probably the easiest pick from the 5 and 5s, and why hasn't Eddie picked Craig Richards to be the team captain? I mean, this man here completely made a mockery of that. He boxed so well, and yeah,
he looks really good, doesn't he? I mean, you look at the slow-mo there, you can see the triceps, the biceps. Get in there, Willie Hutchinson.
Look at the smile on his face.
The confidence of the man. The confidence of the man. Willie, how are you, Willie?
Living the dream.
Yeah?
Living the dream, still living the dream. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
How do you compare it to last time? Obviously, look, that was your first Riyadh season event, and you looked fantastic. You're used to this now, but do you still pinch yourself that you are here doing this?
You know what it is? You probably will think about this in years to come, but in the moment, you don't. I'll be doing this, and once I'm finished this year talk now, I'll be going back to the hotel room and chilling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I won't take it. After all this is done, is when you start thinking of all this. You know what I mean? But it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Willie, you said.
Yeah.
You said, mark my words, I'm going to stop Joshua Buatsi.
I didn't.
Do you
I said, mark my words, I'm going to knock Joshua Buatsi out.
Knock him out, and you stand by that. Right, 100%. You stand here now, and you truly believe that.
From the bottom of my heart, I do not tell lies, from the bottom of my heart, I'll knock this man's spark out, without a shadow of a doubt.
I called that, I did say yesterday, and everyone said steady on a little bit. And this is not that I don't think you can win the fight, but I would be so impressed. I would say it's such a huge statement if you was able to stop, or actually stop, not knock Buatsi out.
Listen, time will tell, it's only 3 more days. That's why I keep telling myself, 4 more days, 3 more days, tomorrow's 2 more days, brother. And I've done all the hard work now. This is enjoying. And when I get in the ring on Saturday night, I'll be enjoying myself.
You were born for this, weren't you?
I will.
Not just the fighting game.
100%.
100%. And the funny thing is, all my family's all quiet now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, how do you feel? Because you were an underdog against Craig Richards, not in your mind, but everyone else's mind, and you made a mockery of that. But you're the underdog again in this fight. Yeah. Do you feel you got? Do you feel you annoyed? You got another point to prove?
I couldn't care less if you want to do, because I already know what I'm going to do. You understand what I mean? I believe myself that much that all that there makes no difference to me. Because everyone has an opinion. That's the one thing I've had to understand. Is I could be sat here, he's going to do this and this and that. At the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference. When that bell goes in the first round on Saturday night, we'll see who's the man.
Willie, you look in better shape than I think you did in the lead up to the Craig Richards fight. I remember when Darren sat next to you, spoke to you at the Craig Richards fight, I was in the room as well, and I thought like you had a lot of weight to lose. Right now, you look bang on already.
I'm chilling, man, I'm chilling. Look at me. I've never been as good looking as this in my life. I've been good looking, I'm even better looking now. No, I'm there. Listen, I've been sat in Spain for 11 weeks on me Todd. Never seen me mum, dad, never seen me wife. I've never seen anyone, man. I've been training my ass off for this.
Is that a new thing then, doing that, going away?
In the past 2.5 years, yes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a person like myself is I've got to suffer for some reason to get to the other side of what I've got to do. So my suffering is being alone in a room, training, eating, sleeping, and doing on.
I will say this, Willie, everyone is calling this the people's main event. Like, I know everyone's calling this the people's main event. Everyone thinks this is going to be the fight of the night.
It is a good fight.
I think it's a fantastic fight, I really do.
Yeah.
Willie, top man, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much as well.
God bless. Thank you, boys.
Willie Hutchinson there, who, again, I think, look, fantastic fight. He's proved a lot of people wrong, including myself. I put my hands up. I thought Craig was going to win that one comfortably. I do not know what I'm talking about sometimes. All right, anyway, look, Saturday is going to deliver. If you need any more excitement, this promo will make you get excited even more.
Live on DAZN, September 21st, Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois fight for the IBF World Heavyweight title. AJ stands on the brink of history to become a 3-time world champion. Daniel Dynamite Dubois, Britain's silent powerhouse, stands in his way. An explosive night at Wembley awaits.
Who do you think you are? Daniel, don't disrespect me.
Joshua versus Dubois. Live on DAZN, September 21st. Buy now at DAZN.com.
Here you go. See, this is proof that all broadcasters are working with each other.
I got dragged up here.
All kumbaya around the fight. You begged to come up here, don't mind. Yeah. And I can see your boxer t-shirt as well, but we'll move on from that. Ben, this is incredible.
This is bigger than some of the fight nights we see on a Saturday night. And it's, what is it, Tuesday?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Amazing to be here. I've never seen anything like this. When I've just seen that setup there, incredible for the sport.
We just had Willie Hutchinson obviously takes on your guy Joshua Buatsi. How is Buatsi? Because I've never seen him so upset with a fighter before, ever.
To be honest, I've been watching Josh Buatsi since his debut, and I remember that vicious guy, that guy that was just ruthless. Yeah. And I've been trying to shake him. And Willie has done it. Yeah. And Willie has shaken it. And I think he's awoken the beast. I think we're about to see a Buatsi that is just business and is going to produce a devastating performance. Make no mistake, Willie is a top quality fighter. Yeah. 12 months ago, he wasn't even on the radar. It wasn't when you sign a contract that we did with Josh, we're talking about this potential opponent. Willie was nowhere. So credit to him for getting himself in this position for an interim world title and people calling it a 50-50 fight. It's going to be a great fight, but as I say, I think Buatsi is ready for this one.
Ben, you mentioned the nastiness there that Buatsi has, and I think that's really within him. Is this the correct opponent? You kind of alluded to it a little bit there, but the correct opponent to get that nastiness back out of Buatsi?
Look, Josh is never going to cause trouble. He's the nicest man, he's a gentleman, but when someone sticks it on him, he's a killer. If you think about where he came from, and I've talked to him a lot, he was fighting in the streets. That's how he ended up in the boxing ring. And I just see that coming out of him at times. And Willie is the perfect guy. He's managed to do it. He winds everyone up. But let me tell you, Josh is wound up. I think there was an issue between Craig Richards and Willie on the first fight. That's in Josh's head. He's good friends with Craig Richards. Then Willie's come for him. He is not messing. He might not say it. He is not messing. So it'll be a great fight.
I like it. Stick with us because we are going to get Josh in. So let's throw it back downstairs to Thomas Treiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring from Croydon, London, England, by way of Accra, Ghana, a 2016 Olympic bronze medalist, now undefeated as a professional with 18 wins, 13 of his 18 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the current British and Commonwealth champion, Joshua Buatsi.
Here he is, Joshua Buatsi, unbeaten, on the cusp of a world title fight, and he takes a risky one here in Willie Hutchinson. But you know one thing about Joshua Buatsi is preparation is always 100%, Darren. He's going to come in the best shape of his life, and he is the favourite to win this fight.
Yeah, because he has that pedigree, as does Hutchinson, but I feel the promise that he showed as an amateur is yet to really shine. I mean, there's been some big wins for Buatsi, but I agree with Ben, and that's why I asked the question. I do believe Hutchinson is the correct opponent to bring that inner nastiness out. Look, I'm not overlooking Hutchinson at all. I think Willie has one hell of a chance here with the confidence that he brings into the fight. Are you nervous, Ben?
Be honest, Ben. Be honest here.
Willie's amateur pedigree isn't a joke. And I remember when he was coming through and everyone would talk, mentally he wasn't quite there. So the fact that he's got that in check, you have to give him respect. And you speak to people like Billy Joe Saunders and Tyson Fury, similar style, similar backgrounds, and they say he's no joke. And I believe them. I think it was a great performance against Craig Richards, but part of me thought I wasn't sure what Craig Richards turned up that night. So I know a lot of people are reading into that fight. I'm not too sure you can. Look, he's a great fighter. I believe Josh is going to do the business and do it emphatically.
And also, I think Joshua Buatsi's strength is that he keeps his shape very well, but he advances with that. So his hands are always high, so he won't give any gaps for Willie really to get those angles of shots in that he likes to. So he keeps his elbows tucked in nice and tight, his hands are high, but he'll be aggressive and powerful with it. I think for Josh, that's very important to close that gap and suffocate the space there for Willie Hutchinson.
I think we could all agree that Joshua is the stronger of the two, right? Joshua's strength. We know physically how tough he is. But who's the better boxer of the two here?
Ooh, look, you have to say Buatsi with what he done in the Olympics, but that's not taken away from what Willie Hutchinson done also, a world junior gold medalist. That is pedigree in abundance, it really is. But you see Buatsi do it as a senior. I can't ask Joshua this, Ben, but I can ask you this. If he does overcome Willie on Saturday night, what next?
Look, it's an interim world title, so by the rules, he's in line to face the winner of Bivol Beterbiev. That's the fight that he wants. Anthony Yard's been talked about a long time. We thought this next fight was going to be Anthony Yard. Anthony Yard pulled out the purse bid. Josh wanted to fight for the interim world title. That's why we're here now. And but next, for me, it's world title or Yard. I don't think any fan wants anything else from Joshua Buatsi right now. I think this is the stage where, you know, his career has been stop-start. Hopefully, this is the platform where he can really explode, and then we're into the really big ones.
Fingers crossed, Ben. Good luck on Saturday.
Cheers.
Well done, my man. Appreciate it. I like it, honest from Ben. I think he understands how tough this assignment is for Joshua Buatsi. It's going to be tough. Buatsi's going to join us in a few moments as well. Looking forward to hear what Buatsi has to say. There you go, 4 has become 3. It's good to get Ben on. I like that. You know, when I see Ben Shalom on, it kind of just echoes what we've been saying about everyone working with each other. And I almost feel like Ben Shalom's been on the outside looking in, not be able to get in. Now, all of a sudden, a lot of boxer fighters are on these cards, and it's good. Again, it's a full card.
It's all for the love of this great sport, the greatest sport in the world. So we need to all come together for these shows to happen. There's been the word used all of the time, politics.
Yeah.
Politics stopping certain fights from happening. But if everyone's working together, there's less chance of these things happening. I'm all for it. It's brilliant to see.
It is good to see, isn't it, Barry?
Of course it's good to see, because that's been the biggest stain in boxing since boxing began. That people won't work together, because of greed, mainly, back in the day. Maybe not so much now, but probably still is. But now, there's a financial incentive for everybody to work together, and with that, the sport grows, of course. But this fight for Buatsi, is a pivotal fight because he should have boxed for a world title already. His pedigree and winning that bronze medal in the Olympics, that's a long time ago now, Rio. So I think he should have been there now. He's good enough. He has all the ingredients to be a world champion. If he can't get this over the line in this fight, his career's in tatters.
All right, Joshua Buatsi is going to join us now. Josh, here we go. How you doing, brother? Josh, how you feeling?
I'm good, thank you, man. I'm in good spirits. I've said this will be the best Riyadh season card, so I'm glad I'm on it and I'm looking forward to it.
And it's good to see you on a Riyadh season card as well. I've been waiting for you to get on one, and here you are on one. When did you get back into the country?
Maybe a week and a half ago. Yeah.
Is that good for you? 2 weeks?
Yeah, no, it's good, it's good. When I'm away, I have no idea what's going on. I'm still in the bubble a bit, which is good for me, so it's all good.
Josh, is this statement time? Is this time to turn heads and let anybody that's been sleeping on you know I'm the real deal?
It's almost been that time. It's time to win, most importantly. If I don't win, you guys won't have me up here, so it's time to win.
Yeah. Just quickly, we've been talking, well, I've been talking about it quite a bit, and so have a few others, talking about that nastiness, that inner nastiness that you have. There's been bad blood, if you like, between the two of you, words exchanged. Is this the correct opponent for you to bring out that nastiness that we haven't seen for a little bit?
I wouldn't say it's the correct opponent, but I'll say it's an opportunity to maybe do more than usual. Yeah, but listen, it's a lively opponent, someone that's spoken a lot. He has to come and back what he's saying. And with what's at stake, you're going to see the best of me and him.
How do you negate his awkwardness? Because he's very erratic with his shots, so he has a rhythm that's hard to read. Do you suffocate his space, or do you give him...
Barry, you can be awkward, but there's 12 rounds. Yeah. Unfortunately for boxing, you can't just get out of the ropes. You've got to stay in there, so I'll be in there for 12.
You're playing the long game there, then cutting him off.
Not about a long game. If I see it early, I take it, but I'll be in there.
Yeah, I can expect nothing less. Josh, look, get off your feet. Thank you very much. Joshua Buatsi, well done, brother. Thank you very, very much.
I got to say with Josh, he's always bigger than he looks.
Mate, up
all that.
I had a look down at his training. You know, sometimes they wear those. He had normal trainers on. I was like, how are you that big?
Yeah.
Why did he look about 6'3" there?
He did look big there.
He did look big. Maybe it's the afro as well. That gives you an extra inch, doesn't it?
I've noticed that he's always just bigger than he looks, and then so you think, oh, he's okay. When you see him, you go, actually, he's a massive light heavyweight.
It honestly is a huge light heavyweight who boils up to a really big light heavyweight. Right, anyway, Josh Kelly is ready to do his walk, so let's go downstairs again to your MC, Thomas Triber.
Our next two fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 12-round middleweight contest. Let's first welcome from Sunderland, Tyne and Wear, a 2016 Olympian who now has a professional record consisting of 15 wins, just one defeat, one draw, with 8 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome the former British and Commonwealth champion and current WBO International champion, Josh Pretty Boy Kelly.
Josh Pretty Boy Kelly. Is it just me? Has he always had Joshua on the back of his jerseys and tops? I've never noticed that before.
Nah, I think he's pointed something out there.
Yeah.
I haven't.
I've never seen that before. It's almost like, is this a case of this is a new me?
The second coming.
The second coming.
I'll tell you
that's
what,
the way.
Look at the size in him.
Yeah, he knows why he's wearing that top to show his physique. You don't wear that top unless you know
I
you're
would
in shape.
never put that top on.
I wouldn't even wear it to sleep. I wouldn't let no one see me in it. But this is Josh Kelly, who was preparing for Liam Smith. Now gets to prepare for Ishmael Davis at 160 pounds as well. Remember, a 154 fighter. Is the best to come with Josh Kelly? Because we've all expected him with so much promise. We all think he can go to that world level, but we haven't really seen it yet.
Yeah, I believe that there is more to come, and that's very exciting because he's so talented, has every trick in the book, speed in abundance, movement, combinations, really eye-catching combinations. And I think, and I said this yesterday, I think the step up in weight will help him generate more power, more meat behind the shot. Speed kills, as you heard many say, and that is the case for Josh. The most important thing, I think, is his desire. He can't be stop-starting anymore. It's got to be full steam ahead. And look, I was asking Buatsi just moments ago about him making a statement Saturday night. I think it's time that this man on the big stage really makes a special statement.
Yeah, I think it's been 8 years since he's been a professional. That's for an Olympian. I always say for an Olympian who's especially if they won a medal, if you haven't boxed for a world title in 4 years, you're either not good enough, there's something wrong with you, or this has been bad luck. So we've had the pandemic for all these fighters, so you can understand giving him a little bit of a leeway, but the fact that he hasn't really progressed beyond European level, where he's clearly good enough, is a bit of a problem. And also, as you get older, you think you're just sharper and stronger, but as we talk about all the time, that vision starts to go a little bit. When that starts to go, for a mover and a beautiful mover he is, as Josh Kelly, who relies on reflexes, speed and timing, when they start to go, you're half the fighter you were. So time's not on his side, but he still has time if he can start pushing up now. He has to go now.
You look at Aadam Booth's best pupils, if you like, and those have been George Groves and David Haye, who again, two fantastic movers, but two guys that carried a lot of pop as well, and power. Is that the only thing missing from Josh Kelly? That pop, that real one-punch knockout power like George and David had?
I think it's there, if I'm honest. I think sometimes he can be on his toes a little bit too much because he's got brilliant footwork. I think when he does plant his feet and generates the power through turning his hip and with that speed, I think it's just sometimes of picking the moments correctly to plant your feet. And again, I back up what I say. I believe this step up in weight, I know Barry thinks he might drop down to 145 again. I think he might enjoy this at 160. I think it's been a lot easier to get down to 160 because they still have to lose weight, don't worry, to get to 160. And it keeps you happy with the sport. It keeps you in love with the sport when you haven't got to drop so much weight.
Barry, I was just thinking about his fights. Obviously, David Evanesian, if we remember, that was during the pandemic, so that was behind closed doors. Troy Williamson was a big fight, but this is his biggest stage by far.
Oh, of course it is.
You forget that because he's a known boxer in his country, but he's never fought on anything like this before.
It is, but you tend to think when you look at him, talk to him, that he's sort of made for this sort of occasion. His style would say he's made for this sort of occasion. His demeanour as well, I would think. I don't think, going back to about the punching power, I think Aadam's had to adapt his training to him. I think they've realised trying to make him explosive was tiring him out. Because when you're in a fight that's hard, you adapt, you go back to your natural state, and this is the move. And I think the Troy Williamson fight showed that they're trying to get the mix of both, getting purchase on your punches, but not trying to load up anymore, not trying to be the next George Groves, the next David Haye. Be you. It's the speed and skill is what's going to take you there. But just holding your feet for a little bit of weight, but then moving. And with Williamson, he did exactly that. He didn't rush his work. He's held his feet long enough to get a bit of purchase, but not enough for the knockout and not enough to get caught back. Because when you set yourself, it tires you out. George Groves, David Haye, they didn't do so well in the later rounds because they banked on their power in the early rounds, and they were right to do that. But he hasn't got that natural raw power, so he can't fight that way.
I just wonder if he might sit on his shots a bit more because of the extra weight now. The extra 6 pounds, and maybe not being able to move as fluently and as fleet-footed as he could at 154.
Yeah, look, I agree with what Barry says. I just think it's picking your moments to plant your feet.
Josh Kelly will join us as well. We are going to speak to every single fighter in this card, apart from the two main event fighters, because we did catch up with those yesterday. They will speak to Ali Drew ringside, but Josh Kelly is going to join us. His opponent, Ishmael Davis, is going to get in the ring next. Looking forward to seeing how Ishmael looks, actually.
Yeah. Look, he's an extremely confident individual. He won't be overawed by this. We asked Sonny Edwards yesterday, didn't we? Was it easy to make this fight? He said, yes, we're in a heartbeat. We understand the opportunity that presents itself. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing Ishmael tonight, tomorrow, Friday and Saturday.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Leeds, Yorkshire, England, undefeated with 13 wins, 6 of his 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is Ishmael, the Black Panther Davis.
Ishmael Davis, a fighter that a lot of fight fans might not have known too much about 12 to 18 months ago. And every time we've seen him on the zone, you guys have been commentating on his last 2 fights. He's looked really, really good.
Yeah, he has. He has. Like I said, they're very confident individual, and really believing in himself more, and looking big, looking solid.
Yeah,
Look, people forget that he started his career at middleweight, so this shouldn't be a problem for him. He was getting ready for a fight, so he would have been right amongst it in that training camp leading towards that fight. So I think it would have been an easy yes to take this. But look, I'm looking forward to him. He does a lot good. He doesn't waste much. He picks his moments. He does, however, likes to fight at his own pace. I think he has to try and force the pace and take Josh Kelly out of his rhythm in this one. But it's a brilliant fight, Barry.
And he's a really thoughtful pressure fighter. So sometimes he looks like, and I think he does, he can be a little bit more faster with his feet maybe, but to be strong as he is, and to pressure you all the time, but with thought process behind it. So he's setting up attacks with his feet. He'll step to the left and throw the right hand over the top, or he'll roll underneath, come back with the left hook. All that is using your brain while you're attacking. He's not just swinging in punches. So, he's a danger for anyone. And so for Josh Kelly, this is sort of a fight that's perfect for you, and also full of danger because he's coming at you all the time, so he's attacking to be hit. But he moves his head, Davis. He slips and slides, and that's going to be difficult for Josh Kelly to get those perfect punches on target.
And what he does there, I've just seen it a couple of times, the way he switches is so subtle, you don't see it. Because it's a very dangerous maneuver, because obviously at some point when you're stepping across to go from southpaw to orthodox, you are square on. But he does it so quickly and with such ease, and that could be an important and a very good part of his game plan on Saturday.
Here it is, Josh Pretty Boy. Josh, I've been talking about this all week, the Joshua on the back. I've never seen Joshua. Normally it's just Joshua, or is this a new thing?
No, it's my full name. Come on, man.
But you don't normally have that, do you?
No, well, I'm going a little bit more classy. I think
I knew something was going on.
You couldn't wear a tighter top, could you?
The what?
You couldn't wear a tighter top.
Sorry.
You couldn't wear a tighter top.
What'd you say? Like they're all falling. Don't let yourself slip out of the bottom. Come for you next.
Quinn, I've got to say, we mentioned it yesterday when we see you, but how great is it to be weighing 160 for this fight?
Oh, bro, come on. When I was 147, I've been taking 14, 15 pounds off in the morning of the weigh-in. And if people look at my results down there, a lot of it's been like I've worked a little bit, haven't worked a little bit. I had to save my energy, because if you're taking that much weight off, you know as fighters, it's just you're not there on the night. You can't do that and then fight 12 rounds. 154, 160. Oh man, suited us down to a T. I've never lost any speed. I've got more power. My gas tank's full. Like I can go 12 rounds moving, 12 rounds fighting. So people's in for a hard night.
Do you feel now, because you've matured a little bit, that you got the balance right with moving your feet, but knowing when to hold your feet and land with a bit more power in your shots?
I mean, with my style, I only really need to be in a position to punch maybe 4 or 5 times around and light them up, and then I can do what I want. Or if the press is in that position where I have to work, I'm clever enough to be able to work inside, nick a shot or two, and then I'm stronger than what people think when I'm inside. Yeah. People don't think I'm that strong, but I'm able to. I mean, sparring with Josh Boatti, I can't be sparring with Josh Boatti if I'm not strong. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
But the fight, I noticed that Troy Williamson stands out for me, because the fight management there. Yeah. Are you in the later rounds you moved because you had to change direction, but you stay close to him as well to show that strength, so you couldn't be bullied.
Well, with Troy was the gamest he was then. He was unbeaten. He was coming off a good win against Mason Cartwright. They had everything for him. And then it was a big derby, so that was the gamest he was going to come. And I knew I had just moved, take it off him, settle him down. I heard Troy 3 or 4 times in that fight, and at one point I thought, I'll get you out if I want to get you out. I was actually enjoying putting the performance on. I didn't feel as I need to take any risks and get cut or hurt my hand. Yeah. So I just took it. But if you look at running Troy's career, maybe 2 years after when Ishmael fought him, he was a bit of a shell of himself, like 4 pounds overweight, coming. It weren't. But you can't compare anything like that. We'll see Saturday night, do you know what I mean?
What do you make of Ishmael Davis coming in, obviously late replacement, 6 days notice, a different style to Liam Smith? What do you make of him watching him?
No, I rate him. Switches. I rate him. I know what I'm going to do though. So that's it.
Do you feel like you have to, being the guy who's used to the bigger fights, to go out there, just stamp your authority early, let him know he's in a big fight? Because this is a big occasion for him. It's a big occasion for you, but it's a bigger occasion for him.
I feel as I've been mentally ready for this for months now. Do you know what I mean? He's coming last minute. Of course, he's going to feel full of confidence. Of course, anyone wanted to jump out of fight on this card last minute, so it's not like
no pressure for him.
No, it's not. Well, there's not, but there also is. There's like his team around him saying, "Listen, we can win this. We can do this." Da 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 da. And it's a little. He's never been on these big stages yet. I know he's going to perform, I know he's going to come out and do his thing, but when you've got someone like me to prepare for 6 days, I'm an absolute nightmare. Do you know what I mean?
Josh, top man, appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. Joshua now. Is it Joshua now? Yeah, Joshua Kelly. Joshua, pretty boy Kelly.
I didn't manage to get Darren.
Ishmael looking sharp here. Josh, like Boatsi, he looks really big when he's next to you as well.
Massive,
massive. Huge.
Davis.
And his opponent, Ishmael Davis, is going to join us. And I feel like I'm going to say what I just said about Josh Kelly. He's going to be really big as well. But I like what he said about Josh. He has turned it to Joshua now, hasn't he? On purpose. Yeah, I thought I'd noticed that.
Is it the second coming then? I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
But I'm looking forward to it. If it is, I'm looking forward to it because he's got so much talent. And I think there's still more to come. We've spoke about it. And if there is more to come from Joshua Kelly, it's very exciting.
Our next 2 fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 12-round contest. It will be for the IBO Super Featherweight Championship of the World. Let's first welcome the challenger from Leeds, Yorkshire, England. His professional record, 31 wins, 3 defeats, 1 draw, 8 wins. Coming by way of knockout, he is the former 2-time world champion, Josh the Leeds Warrior Warrington.
I think it was you, Barry, yesterday who sort of noticed and pointed out, they were like, was it 4 or 5 Joshes on this card?
Four Joshes.
4 Joshes.
And Anthony Josh, you right? That makes it 5.
5. There you go, 5. Anthony Joshua. You know when you talk about fighters that are not used to the stage, that man there is used to the stage. Because Josh Warrington has fought in so many big fights, stadium fights as well, sold out arenas. I mean, he's used to this. If anyone's used to it on this platform, it's him and Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, look, he's experienced it all before, but what I find so impressive with Josh Warrington is there's so much ambition still left. With what he's achieved in the sport, it is commendable and so brilliant as it is, but he still wants more. This is a tough fight, but the hunger is still there, and that's important.
Ishmael Davis is here. He's going to join us now. The man who took this fight on 6 days' notice, but looks ready, looks in shape as well. You are a gym rat, aren't you? Because you're in shape. I mean,
always
you're ready to go.
Listen, this is my profession. I'm always in shape all year round. Sometimes I have a little break, 4 days off, but I'm always in the gym.
Tell me about the call. When you got the call went to Sonny, your team. Tell me exactly how it happened. Was it just a simple, yep, I'm doing that? How did it all go?
It just went simple and fast. Like I was watching the Canelo fight, so I stayed up a bit late. Then I went to bed. My phone was buzzing off. Sonny ran me. He's like, yo, you got the Josh Kelly fight? Do you want to fight? I just said, yeah. Straight away. I was like, yo, come then. He's like, I said, when? Like 6 days. I'm like, yeah, let's do this, man.
Straight to the gym.
I love a challenge, man, and this is what. If you want to prove yourself in something, what other chance do I have than this?
Yeah. But it's a huge opportunity, but you're not just here to make up the numbers, are you?
Definitely not. Do you know what it is, yeah? I believe I'm going to the top of the sport, and this is a chance for me to showcase my skills on a higher level against a better opponent that's going to make me better. You know what I mean? Me and him both beat Troy. I believe I battered Troy more. But let's see what happens.
I don't know what's going on. Sorry, Barry, on this stage. Everyone looks solid.
Yeah, you look incredible.
Honestly,
they lost it next to me, that's why.
But I think some people forget that you started your career at middleweight, didn't you? So the weight, no issue for you at all?
No issue. Obviously, when you're not trying to make a championship weight, obviously you're always coming a bit heavier in it. But I am a super welterweight. But Saturday night, I'm a middleweight, and you're going to see.
Are you aware that, you're going to need patience on Saturday night because Josh is a very, very good mover, so cutting off the ring is going to be more difficult than probably certainly against Troy Williamson, for instance.
Yeah, well, I've been in there with not just Troy Williamson. I mean, in terms of sparring, where I've learnt most of my experience, because obviously I didn't have no amateurs. I've been in there with everyone, everyone. And you know what it is? No one's got a bad word to say about me, so I'll be surprised if I give everyone a bad word to say about me on Saturday.
No one's saying that, but what I'm saying is that you're going to have to, it's going to be a process to cut the ring off, not just, because you've had so much success already in your short career, that when you put your foot to the gas, you corner very quickly. And in this fight, it might be a bit more difficult just to realise that you have to compose yourself.
Listen, I've been watching a lot of fights, greats before us. I've been in there with guys that they have to get control under. And he's a guy that I have to get under control. So, listen, I'm ready, man. I am ready. And believe you me, probably going to be the fight of the night because it's a new star that's being born on Saturday night. Even though I've shown so much in a short space of time already, I'm going to show more now.
Well done, Ishmael. Fantastic. Good luck on Saturday, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All the best, mate.
Barry Jones clearly wants a 10% trainer fee there. He wants a 10% trainer fee. He's asking for the 10%.
I know sometimes in these big events, everyone's confident, tries to play, but sometimes you can feel that they're trying to portray confidence, but you can feel it, that they don't quite believe in it, or they're overawed. Nobody so far looks remotely anxious or slightly unsure of themselves. They're all 100% committed and believe they can win.
You know what it is? I think since the inception of Riyadh season, I think every fighter wants to be on a Riyadh season card. Not just because obviously the financial incentives we know are bigger. I think the magnitude of them. So everyone's just happy to be here and be on the cards.
Yeah, I mean, this is what dreams are made of. This is what you dream of as a young individual in the sport, taking it up as an amateur. You want to be on the big cards. There's big cards. There's gigantic cards, then there's shows like this. They're on another level, so you want to be a part of them.
You so do. Josh Warrington's going to join us in the studio in a moment, but make sure you stick with the zone because we've got so much to come.
Listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 150 fights on the zone every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. Where are you? With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt. Champ, the zone, undisputed.
Josh Warrington, former IBF featherweight champion, former two-time IBF featherweight champion, won't be able to become a two-weight IBF champion, but can become an IBO super featherweight champion. That's an option for him, but it's going to be tough against Anthony Kakache. Josh Warrington is going to join us in a moment. I'm hearing he's got around 10,000 fans from Leeds.
Is that all?
I said that as well. I said, come on, Josh, you're used to 25 and 30s. What's happening? 10,000 fans making their way from Leeds to support him at Wembley. That's incredible.
That is phenomenal, but it doesn't surprise me with Josh. I mean, so popular, and he has been popular for an awful lot of years, and every time you fight, that grows. The popularity grows. And what I love about his supporters is, though he has suffered defeats, they're still with him. They've still got him. They've still got his back, and they're there. They'll travel anywhere for him.
Barry, 2 seconds before you speak, we do need to throw back down to Thomas Tribe because Anthony Kakache is going to make his way to the ring.
Let's now welcome to the ring the defending world champion. From Belfast, Northern Ireland, his professional record, 22 wins, just 1 defeat, with 8 of his 22 wins coming by way of knockout. He is the current IBF world champion, and this Saturday, the reigning and defending IBO super featherweight champion of the world, Anthony the Andy Town Apache Kakache.
Anthony Kakache about to make his way to the ring to do his media workout. Josh Warrington has joined us in the studio. Josh, I was saying as you were doing your workout, I was like, Josh is used to this. Most of these fighters aren't used to these big events. You've done big event after big event for the last near decade. Does this feel any different?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's the first time I've had an entrance to an open workout. Normally it's a shopping centre in Leeds or a market in Leeds, but no different whatsoever. Once you're in there, if anything, a lot shorter than I normally do. when I'm in Leeds, I just want to stay and entertain everyone who's coming by. You know, they might have taken 20 minutes out of lunch to come and watch me, so I want to just stay and do some pads and things like that. But today, well, everyone's not here for me.
I don't know about that, Josh. I don't know about that.
They're here for the full show, aren't they? It's not just one event. When I'm in Leeds, everyone's there for me. Yeah. But it's a full show tonight, so yeah, in and out, easy.
Yeah. Josh, you was looking at the monitor there as Anthony Kakachi was walking to the ring. When you see Anthony Kakachi, what do you think? What's the first thing that comes to mind?
He's got a decent beard. I'd like to see what his face looks like without a beard.
Agreed. You know, agreed. I'm desperate to check that.
When people are coming down weight, you know, I feel that can show a bit. Now, when my weight starts coming down, my hamster cheeks coming a bit. Obviously, that's a bit of disguise. I've seen him, 12 weeks ago, and he was quite fuller in the face. Now, I can't really tell too much. I know I can see he's dropped weight a bit, but I think the beard's hiding quite a bit. So that was the first thing.
Speaking about weight, I think the move to 9 stone 4 has been a long time coming.
Yes, very much so.
Bigger people than us won't realise how much that £4 is a comfort, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, Barry. You know what it is. I mean, people talk about £4. £4, I'll do that in a couple of pints, which they probably could do. We're talking about body fat percentage being right down to the minimum. Yeah. We're talking about a difference in a few pound in muscle. So, yeah, it's a hell of a difference. And you know what? Some of that I should have done maybe a few years ago, but it's all right. It's all hindsight, innit?
Do you feel like you've done so much in your career that you have no point to prove, but yet still, do you feel you have another point to prove now that you can be successful at a new weight?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Why? Yeah. I wouldn't do it because that's like.
Is that what keeps you going?
Yeah,
then?
Honestly, I wouldn't do it. Like, I'm not here to just take part. I'm not going to go Conor McGregor now, but why do you want to be here? You want to win. And it's not even so much for the belts. It's for the names and my legacy. Like, obviously, my last fight ended with a loss. No matter how good our boxing, it was still a loss. Yeah. I don't want to end it like that. You know what I mean? And I still want to go to America. We've already had that conversation already. After that, I don't know. I'm just entertaining fights. But once I start dipping, then I'll walk away.
Yeah, okay.
Stay there, Josh. Don't go. A couple more questions. You mentioned it's not necessarily about belts. Disappointed with the IBF and their situation, not allow this to be a world title fight?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, obviously this fight, I was talking about belts for myself to tick off a 3-time IBF world champion. But I was talking like going for the fights forward. It wouldn't be just for belts. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I am disappointed. 2-time IBF world champion, 6 IBF world title fights for them. It's like, I understand their policies and regulations and all this stuff, but some of these organisations get involved with YouTubers. Like, come on.
Lesser fighters have been given the opportunity.
Exactly. They've earned a lot of money out of section fees over with me and myself and with Eliminators and different shows. No, it's true, Barry, it's true. And, for whatever reason, they just wouldn't change the goalpost here. After already giving the green light, that's what I can't work out.
But for us though, Josh, this is a fantastic fight. I think it's fight of the night. I know they're saying Boatsi versus Hutchinson, but this for me is nothing but fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Willie and Josh have had a bit of bad mouthing, so that adds a bit of spice here. We've done nothing but shake each other's hand. It's boring.
I know, it was the hardest face-off I've ever done in my life.
You know what I mean? It's boring. It's like when me and Wood first did it. It's boring to watch, but
once you get in the ring,
these two are talking, and I think Anna's the same as well.
Right, Kakachi's coming, so let's get rid of you, Josh, very quickly. We don't want no fights on the staircase. Top man.
Cheers,
Josh,
guys.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Josh.
He's in shape as well. They're all confident and in shape. It's crazy.
At last, a real-size human.
All right, let's go back downstairs to Thomas Triber.
Our next 2 fighters competing this Saturday in a scheduled 12-round contest. It will be for the EBU European WBC Silver and Commonwealth Middleweight Championships. Let's first welcome to the ring from Rowley Regis, West Midlands, England. His professional record consists of 19 wins, 2 defeats, 3 draws, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Let's welcome the reigning and defending EBU European Middleweight Champion, Tyler Denny.
What a story. What a song, by the way. What a song, what a story. Tyler Denny makes his way through Buckingham Palace gates there, down the ramp, up to the ring. But it really is an incredible story, Barry, and you can speak to it as well. You've been following this man since his pro debut. He's had to sell his own tickets to get on shows. I mean, for him to be fighting here, co-main event against Hamza Shiraz, incredible.
See, people see the Olympians and go, that's a boxing story. They're the Olympics and they win the gold medal and they want to be a world champion. He's the real boxing story. You start with a little bit of a dream, but just to be something, to win a few fights, and it just keeps going better and better and better. You're the B-side continuously, and you keep proving people wrong. And even now at European level, he's still the B-side.
All right, a man that's certainly not the B-side is the current IBF Super Featherweight champion and IBO Super Featherweight champion, the Apache. Ansi Kakache is with us.
Good.
And I want to say this, I want everyone to make sure that I wanted you to say it in front of you. Your performance against Joe Cordina, we've had some great performances Riyadh season. That was the best performance for me so far in all of the Riyadh seasons we've had. I thought that was just an incredible performance.
Yeah, Joe's a great champion. I was a massive underdog getting into that fight. I showed what it was all about. You know, I've had these fights. I've won the British title, the IBO. Styles make fights, and that style, Joe's style was perfect for me, and Josh Warrington's even better.
How has this, becoming a world champion, changed your mentality? Has it at all? Because I know when I won a title, there was a big wave of contentment come over me and I lost that desire and hunger. How is it for you, becoming a world champ?
It's not, I definitely haven't lost my desire or hunger. I'm a fighter. I've been a fighter from I was 9 years of age. You know, I'm fulfilled as in I've made a dream come true. You know, I've secured a house for my three children, and that's the main thing, you know. But I want more. I don't want to get this title and pass it on. I want to like secure a legacy for me in Belfast. You know, my way estate, Andersonstown. I'm the only world champion from West Belfast at the minute, I think from Ireland. So I mean, I want to do everyone proud back home.
Because your journey has been longer than most. You know, I think you've had opportunities, or you thought you should have had opportunities to step up, and they haven't happened for you. Yeah. So the waiting game for you has been a frustrating one.
Yeah.
Is that what makes you still have the thirst now to go on? Because you've had that, you haven't had it all your own way.
Well, I've had nothing my own way. You know, I've had to get into mandatory spots to fight for the British titles. You know, every title I've had to work and friggin' beg for. So now I'm the champion. I don't have to call anybody out. You know, these fights are coming, and I know they're all tough fights. Josh Warrington, he's a great fighter, two-time world champion. You know, I don't believe any of the crap that's been said about him. You know, he's over the hill or anything like that. That's his last two performances were good. He just fell short, and that's boxing, you know.
But do you think stylistically he's made for the way you punch long and you walk onto him?
What do you think?
I got you wrong. I got you wrong on the last fight, mate.
Yeah. No, I'm a lot bigger than him. You know, he's a great fighter, but I think that style suits me down to a T.
We're gonna let you go. Get off your feet. Well done, Anthony.
Thank you,
appreciate it, top man. Appreciate it. He's enormous.
Yeah.
Super feather.
He nearly broke my hand. When he nearly broke my hand.
And I wasn't
just for a second. We had Josh Warrington, who's my size, and then he went back high again.
Is an enormous guy. And honestly, it wasn't hyperbole. I honestly thought, because of how highly rated Joe Cordina was, that was for me the best performance. I know the punch after the bell really caused a lot, but that was an incredible performance from him. It really was.
Yeah, it really was. And he backed up everything he was saying. He wasn't overawed. He knew the task that was in front of him, but he went out there and he done his thing. There was a bit of controversy in the fight, but he got the job done.
Look at this, Tyler Denny. Brad Ray undefeated. Brad Paul's
undefeated. Put the graphic up again, please. Let's have a look at that graphic again.
It's crazy. Well, no, McGowan, a very difficult fight for anybody on his day. No, Sagani for the European title, then Felix Cash, another undefeated fighter. No, he just keeps ripping up the script all the time. And nobody does know what his superpower is. He drags you into his fight, and he does it within 2 rounds. That's what he dragged Felix Cash into. That Felix Cash is a beautifully skilled fighter, and he dragged him into his fight within a round and a half. And then you're suffering with the pace, and then he just works away. He's not a massive puncher, but he just wears you down.
Yeah, you can get rid of the graphic now. Thank you very much.
So honestly, demanding.
Yeah, well, you know, you got to be demanding sometimes. Tyler Denny demanding as well. He wants his respect.
Yeah, he does. He does. He's the champion. Remember that. He is the B-side, but he is the champion, and he desperately wants to defend that title.
there'll be a point in his career, and it might be now, where he's fed up of being the B-side. So, hang on, like, because now we all know he's a good fighter. The secret's out, but also he knows he's a good fighter. It was all before. Before it was just, I'll just take a risk and I'll go to the next level. Oh, I'll and just keep going, don't you? Until someone stops you, until someone stops that progression. But now he's European champion. He must know in himself. I know there's an aspiration for a world championship now all of a sudden. And if he wins this fight, then he's in the running for a world title. And who would have thought that 2.5 years ago?
Who would have thought that 2.5 months ago before the Felix Cash fight? I mean, a lot of people had Felix as a favourite. And that fight, I know Felix took a long time out, switched trainers, but everyone. Not me. Not you, I know you are correct, not you. And there was question marks after the fight, where does Tyler Denny go? This is where he goes, co-main event for AJ versus Dubois at Wembley Stadium.
Yeah, like Barry said, he'll have aspirations of his own to push on and fight for a world title. Look, he's in the, well, he should be thereabouts in the top 10 of all the governing bodies after winning the European title and defending it. So, yeah, look, he's trying to create his own path now, and he's doing a great job in doing so. Such a likeable man, and I look forward to the fight Saturday.
All right, Tyler Denny is going to make his way up to the stage to speak to us, but let's go downstairs again to Thomas Tribe, who's going to introduce Mr. Hamza Shiraz.
Let's now welcome to the ring from Ilford, Essex, England. Undefeated with 20 wins, 16 of his 20 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending WBC Silver and Commonwealth Middleweight Champion, Hamza Shiraz.
Hamza Shiraz from Ilford, not too far from me. I'm from Stratford, so very, very close to me. Fantastic fighter, huge middleweight. It's crazy to think, 3 years ago he was a 154 pounder. It's impossible to think that, because he looks like a light heavyweight. He's a big guy, and I think he's ready for a world title now. I really do think a world title opportunity anyway right now.
Do you know what, Ade? Every time I watch anyone in my old division, I'm always kind of sizing them up, and I'm thinking, how would I have got on with that fighter? I would have hated to fight this man. I honestly...
You're being humbled. No, you're being... You know you could have done a good fight.
No, he's right. He's right.
But I'm a big fan of Hamza Shiraz. I really am. Inside and outside of the ring, he's a gentleman, but when he's in these ropes, as he's just entered now, he's a beast. He's an animal. The way in which he dispatched Samuel Williams last time out was so impressive. Many had it a 50-50 fight, a fight in which it could have gone either way. You know, some saying, does the power lie with Williams? Well, it lied with this man here. He done this man proud. Frank Warren, his promoter, had him as team captain, and he delivered.
All right, let's get Tyler Denny in now, who takes on the man on your screens right now, Hamza Shiraz. Tyler, firstly, Tyler, congratulations on getting what I think is a fantastic opportunity. Co-main event, Wembley Stadium, 96,000. You know when you look back on sort of 4 or 5 years ago where you're having to sell tickets to get on shows, and you're here now. I mean, you must be proud of your journey.
It's mental, man. I would have never believed it if someone would have told me. I never believed it. But at the same time, I'm here on merit, man. I'm beating people saying I'm not going to beat. And Saturday's going to be the same. Not many people give me a chance, but I'll give myself a chance. My team give me the chance, and we believe in it, man. We believe in it.
You know, a few moments ago, we actually had a graphic of your most recent fights, and that was the same in a lot of those. You know, not many gave you a chance against Felix Cash, and I mean, you really were close to a stoppage. You could have stopped him if the corner didn't pull him out. So you've always been an underdog, but you always find this underdog mentality. Where does that come from?
I'm just so competitive, do you know what I mean? I never let my kids win on anything or anything. I'm mega competitive. I hate losing. I don't know if I like winning or I hate losing more. Which one it is, I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it's working. So it gives me the confidence from my previous fights, from the training that we do day in, day out. And I'm buzzing for it, man. I've enjoyed all week so far, walking down the red carpet and that, do you know what I mean? But fight night comes, I'll switch on, I'll be focused and ready to do it, man.
Obviously, confidence is high, and it should be with the performances you had. But what have you made of Hamza Shiraz? What did you make of his last performance? And would you say it's safe to say this is your hardest bout so far?
Definitely, but I also think it's going to be his hardest one because he's all of ones and he's not going to win Saturday. So, listen, he's a great fighter. I think the Mo Williams one was a tough call going into it. I mean, some people might have favoured him, but it wasn't like, you know, it might have been a 60-40, 70-30 maybe. But for me, that fight, when I watched that fight, it was probably even after 4 rounds, and Ammo just done nothing right for me. Like watching back, even his corner was saying, "You're doing everything, nothing that we practice in camp." He just stood at the end of his long range, and he made it easy for Hamza, easy decisions. Do you know what I mean? I'd like to think I'm going to bring something different, and I'm confident in it, man.
I see your strength as you drag people into your fight very quickly. Are you going to do that against a guy who boxes so tall, does keep it long? I think that's why Ammo struggled, because the jab of Shiraz is really good. How'd you get beyond that and drag him into your fight?
Yeah, 100%. I'm not going to win a jabbing contest with him. There we go, I can still jab. I jab Brad Wyatt sometimes, but you got to pick your moments, and and also on the opposite side to that, I think when Ammo did get close, he was wasting a lot of shots on the arms and stuff, and it's all right saying you got to go in there and work, but you got to be productive as well, and he wasted a lot of energy. Then after that, I think it was spent after 4 rounds. He had a bit of success, he got happy on it, wasted a lot of shots. Hamza, fair play to him, he's so long, when he tucks up, his elbow comes down to the thing. You know what I mean? So I'm sure it's a lot easier said than done, but we're confident, man.
Well done, Tyler. Fantastic. Good luck on Saturday,
man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tyler Denny, let's not forget, European middleweight champion. And as Barry Jones has pointed out, I mean, he's been on a fantastic run of results, but the levels go up big time on Saturday.
Yeah, look, sorry, Barry, he understands the quality of opponent that stands in front of him, but rightly so, confidence is high. And I like the way he's talking there. He's sort of cutting apart the victory against Ammo Williams, where he could have done better, where perhaps he would have done better against Ammo. And I like that. That shows someone who's confident and very, very hungry and determined to win on Saturday night.
The only worry is for me that I think if he gets close, he can move around the target, and that gives him an angle to land through those long arms. My worry is, coming forward, you have to be a deterrent to stop Hamza throwing. So Ammo at the power, he doesn't have that, so the fear factor might not be there, so Hamza might be able to block and be brave and block and counter coming forward. That's my only worry. But then he takes a good shot. And we've seen Hamza, I know it was at 154 where he was struggling for weight, but we've seen him look vulnerable in fights. He can get tagged. And even though I'm going to be the biggest puncher to hurt somebody, I've done that and I can't hurt anybody. So, it can be done. But I think work rate, effort, and constantly in the pain in the backside for Hamza Shiraz is the key for Denny to win.
Yeah, Hamza Shiraz is going to join us now. Let's get Hamza up. He's going to join us. There you go. We're admiring your work there, Hamza.
Yeah,
we're having a look at your footwork and your good looks as well. We're
I'm
checking
trying,
everything
bro.
out.
I'm trying.
That was a quick media workout, in and out, very quickly.
Yeah, that's it. To be fair, media workouts for me is just high by, do a bit of shadow boxing. It always has been, do you know what I mean? My main work will be done tonight, late, and tomorrow as well.
How are you feeling co-main event of something so special? Everyone's called it the biggest British fight card we've ever seen. Your co-main event for that?
Yeah, no, it feels amazing. It feels surreal. You know what I mean? You've been here. I've been saying it all week. It feels surreal, but at the same time, I feel like all my hard work, from an 8-year-old kid, is paying off.
Yeah. We know your strengths and very limited weaknesses. What are Tyler Denny's strengths and weaknesses, do you think, going into this fight?
Do you know what? Coming into this fight, I think his biggest strength is going to be his will to win, because this is the biggest opportunity he's got, and at the same time, it's my biggest opportunity as well. So physically, his advantage is I feel like I do everything better than him. I mean, every boxer would think that way going into a fight, but Saturday night I get the chance to prove it.
So Denny, at the minute, he seems an unstoppable force. Not the biggest puncher, but his work rate, his strength, those are the keys to victory against fighters who have more ability, like yourself.
Yeah.
Do you see this as a fight that someone you could stop?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Listen, I got that extra self-belief from my last fight against Ammo Williams. Listen, someone who was touted to be a world champion, still got the potential to be one as well. No one expected me to stop him. They might have expected me to win, but not to stop him, apart from Barry over here. But yeah, no, it just gives you that extra confidence. But the thing is, I never go looking for it. You know what it's like, I never go looking for it. And if it comes, it comes. Happy days.
There was a lot of talk about this being a world title fight today, on Saturday, and not what it is right now. Is that disappointing you? I mean, or is it just a case of get job done and then we move on to potential world title talks?
Do you know how I look at it? Is gutting is what it is. It is but at the end of the day, tomorrow is not promised. So any opportunity I get to shine, I'm grabbing it up with both hands. And I know everyone's saying, oh, you're risking your mandatory position, etc., etc. But that's what boxing's about. It's about risk, and it's about giving back to the fans.
How long have we got you at middleweight? Because I'm looking at you right now, Hamza, and I'm looking at what was a former middleweight champion over there. Is it a case of getting the job done quickly at middleweight and then making that move to 168?
You know what? I want to win a title at 160.
Yeah.
Don't get it wrong. It's hard to make 160. It's not easy, but I make it, and I make it safely in a way that it doesn't affect my performance. And God forbid that ever happens, I definitely move up. But as for now, I need to capture a belt at 160.
When did you get to the country? Obviously, you're based out in America now, and well done. Obviously, a lot of different sparring, which must be amazing. When did you get to the country?
I got here 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So just
everyone times it different. Joshua gives himself Watsy 2 weeks. You give yourself 3 weeks.
3 weeks, yeah.
Okay.
I've given myself 2 weeks before, but it didn't work out for me.
Yeah.
So it's always been 3 weeks for me, yeah.
Okay. And we're going to let you go, Hamza. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Have a good one.
They're all so confident. It makes the picks very hard, doesn't it? Because they're all so confident. They all believe in themselves and their abilities. That's a good fight, isn't
Well, I
it?
can understand why he does, because he's exceptional.
Yeah.
You know, he's so good. A breakthrough performance last time out, in there with a live dog here, a champion, a European champion, a proud man. So it promises to be a good scrap.
All right, it is the big boys next. Remember, it is Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois for the IBF heavyweight champion. Let's throw it downstairs to Thomas Schreiber to introduce the champion, Daniel Dubois, first.
Ladies and gentlemen, our main event this Saturday, 12 rounds scheduled for the IBF Heavyweight Championship of the World. Let's now welcome the participants. First, the defending champion from Greenwich, London, England. His professional record, 21 wins, 2 defeats, with 20 of his 21 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the reigning and defending IBF Heavyweight Champion of the World, Triple D, Daniel Dynamite Dubois.
Here he comes, a man full of confidence, a big boy as well now, Daniel Triple D Dubois, current IBF heavyweight champion, coming off that really good win against Filip Hrgović. Before that, that fantastic win against Jarrell Miller. Before that, a few good rounds against the current #1, Alexander Usyk. He's a confident man, Barry.
Yeah, no, he really is, and that's because he's on form. You know, it's amazing. The people say this game is 80% mental, and I think Daniel Dubois is the perfect case point for that, because you know, his mind, everything was in tatters. I think certainly after the Usyk fight, not losing to Usyk, but the way that he lost, of course, and there was the ghosts still existing, of course, from the Joe Joyce fight. But since the Jarrell Miller, and we keep saying the same thing, but it's true, the Jarrell Miller and the way how strong, confident and fit he was against Hrgović, those demons have been put to rest now, so mentally he's in that perfect place. And when you're that size, and I keep saying how deep he is, his chest to his back, but when you're that size and you're full of confidence, and the jab that he has as well, you're a danger to any heavyweight on the planet.
Darren, you would have watched and commentated on his last couple of fights against Jarrell Miller and Filip Hrgović. What does he do really good?
But straight away, I was just watching his feet, and I think they're so good. They really are. The way he moves in and out of range, but he does it. He doesn't over exaggerate it, so he doesn't jump out of range and make it hard to fire back with counters. It's just a couple of inches, enough to miss the shot, then he'll fire back with his own. I will say he mistimed it a little bit against Hrgović, who managed to find the range with his right hand, but generally the feet, for such a big guy, is really impressive, quite nimble. And the jab, I think the jab, Barry, you'll agree, very impressive.
Well, I think the jab's one is his key weapon, but also that's the opportunity for Joshua to work up that jab, because when he does, though, when he's landing on target, Dubois, he is good with his feet. But when he misses with a shot, then he tries to make amends with that by overextending, and that's when he comes with the front foot. And that's Joshua, who's got good feet himself in an ult. That's his chance to exploit that. So Dubois can't get frustrated when he misses with a shot. Always keep his shape, and then if he keeps that, and I think he's in a good mindset to do that, then that jab continues. Even if it land or don't land with it, it's still a problem for Joshua. You've got to make Joshua reset all the time. Don't give him any momentum, and having a good jab does that for you. But again, like I said, if Dubois misses and he has that little bit of panic and tries to rectify that by going over that front foot, then he's entirely be hit, and that makes it, he's in trouble.
I'm really intrigued by the battle of centre ring. Who's going to hold the centre of the ring? I'm pretty sure Daniel Dubois is going to do everything in his power. He's fired up, he believes in himself, the confidence is there, he's had his gut checked. But I just worry, Barry, that holding the centre of the ring against someone of Anthony Joshua's size and power could be dangerous.
Do you know what the secret is? I know when you tap gloves and they say go back to your corner, you go halfway. You don't go all the way back to your corner, you just go halfway. And then when the bell goes, you jump right in the middle of that ring. And I think that's what you do there. I think the onus is on Joshua, who's the more experienced fighter, he's the big name. To show Dan, this is my arena, this is what I'm used to, I'm the boss, you got to come and get it off me. Even though he's the champion, Dubois, Josh has got to do that. And for Dubois, I just think, he just got to go out there and make him just feel that power early, straight away.
I've spoke to Daniel quite a lot in the build-up to this fight, and he's mentioned AJ's age a couple of times, which has never been brought up because AJ's in fantastic shape, physical specimen, right? AJ's going to be 35 in October, I believe. Is there a way that Dubois can make AJ feel old in this fight quickly?
I don't see it. I don't think... surprisingly, for some of the fights he's had, Anthony Joshua, there's no wear and tear on him, and I don't think there is. Psychologically anymore, and certainly physically there's not. I don't think his skills have diminished, I don't think his speed has diminished. If anything, he's got back a lot of those things. So I don't see that as a case. I think, and for the heavyweight, 34 is pretty much your peak anyway, I would feel, and which is scary because Dubois hasn't really hit his peak yet for a big guy.
Yeah, I think that takes real energy, and it requires you to be busy to try and make someone feel old and tire them out. And I think that could be dangerous in itself. The more shots that Dubois lets go does, on the other hand, make him vulnerable. If he does miss with a shot, he does fall short of a right hand, he's there to be caught himself. But I'm really intrigued, guys, by who lands their right hand first and who reacts worse than the other.
I think that both of them are in a good place mentally, we say that. But one big punch takes you back to that vulnerable place. The places where, the dark, where you've been knocked out, you've been hurt, all those panicking moments come back to you like flashes. So they have to, and these two big punches like this, you have to. I say it all the time. If you have power, make him feel it early, and both have to do that.
Yeah, again, going back to what Daniel told me, and he mentioned this in the face-off when we spoke about the punches that he took from Filip Hrgović, and he took some big right hands from Filip Hrgović. He pointed at AJ and says, could you have taken those? So it's almost as though he's saying, I can take the right hands and it doesn't bring me, as you guys say, back to that darkness. What if you take them? Oh. And he kept on throwing them back at AJ. And it's true, though, because he did take some wallops off Filip Hrgović.
He did. A
few big right hands.
And do you know what? I think he needed to. I think it was the final piece of the jigsaw for Daniel Dubois. That final gut check.
Thank you very much, Triple D, Daniel Dynamite Dubois.
Okay, so Ali Drew is in the ring. Daniel Dubois, as you can see, he's taking his gloves off. He is going to speak to Ali Drew. She's going to ask him, hopefully, a couple of interesting questions about his preparation for this fight, because he does look really light on the feet, but also, and Barry's been pointing this out, he looks a bit heavier as well. So he might be trying to play the size game here with AJ, which is going to be intriguing. But yeah, Ali Drew alongside Daniel Dubois now.
Daniel, the fight event weeks is certainly underway. They're events in their own right. What do you make of the setup today?
It's great. It's good. I'm ready to fight, so I'm in a good place at the moment.
Now, we've just seen you moving around on the pads. What do you use the open workout for? Is it to showcase some skills, get a sweat on? What is the purpose of today?
It's all part of the pre-fight ritual, and yeah, I'm going through the motions and just building up my energy for Saturday.
You do look super confident and like you're taking it all in your stride. Just how high is your confidence right now, 3 days out from the fight?
I know I need to go to another level, you know, my very best, so I can't wait for the challenge on Saturday. I'm ready to fight. Let's go.
Now, there's been a bit of discussion about how good you're looking out from the fight, the preparations. Maybe that you're looking a bit heavier than previous fights. Would you say that's correct?
I'm not sure, I'm not. Honestly, I've just worked hard in the gym. I've, suffered and worked really hard for weeks and months, so I'm just ready to fight now.
Not giving anything away.
Nah, let's go.
Are you going to stick around and see what AJ does in here?
Who knows? You might see me at ringside.
And a final word to the supporters who have come out today.
Yeah, tune in. You guys, it's going to be a great show on Saturday.
Cheers, Daniel.
Man, a few words is Daniel Dubois, but we know he does always action in the ring with those fists. All right, I think you guys have probably seen it by now, but we're going to show you again because it really is a fantastic trailer for this, done by none other than Mr. Guy Ritchie. Take a look at this.
Where it began,
I can't begin to know when.
was in the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you come along?
Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me,
touching you. Look at the night, and it don't seem so lonely.
and when I hurt, hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding warm, touching warm?
Sweet Caroline. Oh, no, no. Reaching out. Sweet Caroline. Good times never seem so good.
Riyadh's season. That was a very, very good trailer, wasn't it? I mean, that was a good one. You know what trailer I really can't wait to see? Bivol Beterbiev. If that isn't a Game of Thrones type thing between, you know about it already, don't you?
Yeah.
Is it good, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, every promo is good, but this one has got a particularly medieval theme to it.
Had to.
Represents what it is. I think it's the fight of the year, Bivol Beterbiev. I mean, the undisputed light heavyweight world championship, massive card, October 12th. Can't wait.
Can't wait indeed. Can't wait for Saturday night as well. Your boy AJ is about to make his walk over there in a few moments. Speak to us about AJ and what I was on with Aadam Cattrall the other day. Me and him were on TalkSport talking about it, and I said, what AJ's done for British boxing is ridiculous. You can speak to that more than anyone, just about what AJ's done to kind of turn around British boxing to the point where stadiums became the norm.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I always get asked the question, who's the next AJ? And I say, honestly, you won't find another AJ. And I don't mean that just in terms of ability. You know, there's going to be world-class fighters that go on and win multiple heavyweight world championships. I'm talking about the impact that he has had from the grassroots level to the elite level of the sport. You know, the first time, I think, in boxing where generations have followed this guy to the point where parents have said to their kids, I want you to go to the local boxing club. Young kids have gone, I want to be the next Anthony Joshua. Participation has increased through grassroots level, and also, more importantly, the commercial world of boxing has expanded, giving opportunities for fighters to be on big shows, for boxing to become big again, for rights deals to increase, to more sponsorship money come into the sport. You know, he is single-handedly, that hurt a little bit because I think I've done a good job and all, but you know, really has made such a huge impact to the sport. And I think it should never be forgotten, and I think it should always be remembered. It's kind of irrelevant on Saturday because it's just a fight at the end of the day, but I'm very proud of him and the way that he's carried himself in the sport for so long, in and out of the ring, but particularly in the ring. And this comeback that he's made from the depths of despair and disappointment from the Usyk fight, I think it's been remarkable.
You never know, right, how long a boxer's going to go on for. I guess it depends on what happens on Saturday for AJ. But if all goes well, how long have we got him left for? He's going to be 35 in October.
Yeah, I remember an interview he gave, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, where he said, I've maybe got 3 years left. And I think maybe he said he's got a year. I don't know. And then all of a sudden you find this form. I think that, I mean, look, physically he always looks great, right? But he's shining this week. You know what I mean? He's got a glow about him. He looks very healthy. No one's going to take care of their body more than AJ. His recovery, his strength and conditioning, everything is absolutely on point. But it's a heavyweight division. It's heavy duty. Do you know what I mean? But if you actually look at miles on the clock for Anthony Joshua, he hasn't actually been in that many wars. You go back to like the likes of, I don't know, Evander Holyfield and all these great heavyweights, like they were in serious wars. Yeah, he got rocked against Ruiz, he got dropped. The Usyk fight, he took a bit of a pummeling in the first fight, but was never like out on his feet. I think he's actually quite fresh as a heavyweight. He's always lived a life, right? Outside of the ring, outside of training camps. Nothing exists other than healthy living. He's in the prime of his life. He's enjoying it more than ever. Can you put a time frame on it? 3, 5 fights? I mean, you know, look, the plan is beat Daniel Dubois and fight for the Undisputed Championship, hopefully against Tyson Fury. Do it twice next year, win the Undisputed Championship, and then we're all off for a la-di-da on the beach.
All of us.
You can come as well.
Thank you.
Ed, first off, how are the nerves?
Do you know what? It's like, I'm more confident than I've ever been around an AJ fight because I think he knows exactly where he is and what he's got to do. It's a very dangerous fight, but when he's comfortable and he knows the game plan, it really filters through the group around him. Do you know what I mean? And like, I look at him now as a veteran of the sport. Like, he's fought all styles, he's fought under all occasions. And when I was with Canelo last week at the Berlanga fight, he reminds me of that aura, you know, and you've got Dubois like trying to slay the king, as he says. Same with like Berlanga last week. It's all very well talking it, but when you get in there and when you're around them on fight week and when you're kind of, you know, you saw Dubois in the head-to-head, you know, you could see the chest going up and down. Doesn't mean he's not going to be dangerous, but you know, having that presence around you means a lot in this sport. And AJ's super calm. but he really feels like a veteran in the game, which he is, by the way.
How impressed have you been with the rebuilding of Daniel Dubois? You know, there was a point, I think, and many might agree, when he got knocked down by the jab and didn't really get up from Usyk. I thought he'd struggled to come back from that, but he's proved us all wrong. Have you been impressed?
Yeah, I have been, and I think that the turning point was about the 5th or 6th round of the Jarrell Miller fight, because I was front row, I was looking at him and I was thinking, you've nearly had enough, you know, and he was coming back to the corner, feeling very sorry for himself. You know, interesting, one thing that hasn't been talked about very much in this build-up is the influence of his father in there. And clearly those guys have got a very strong relationship. He looked like he was about to quit against Jarrell Miller. Frank Warren brought the dad in to the front row and he screamed and shouted to him at the end of every round. When Don Charles was talking to him, you could see and then he'd be looking for his dad. And his dad came into the corner, and in the Hrgovic fight, after 1 or 2 rounds, Frank actually put him in the corner.
Yeah.
And I believe in this fight, he's starting in the corner as a licensed second. And I think Daniel needs that confidence. He doesn't have a natural confidence and belief. He's definitely growing through the back, but he's not a guy that's like mentally strong. Physically strong and physically dangerous, and I'm sure mentally stronger than he was, but it's still in him. Do you know what I mean? He's now had the experiences to, I think, be tougher. And don't forget, when he did quit against Joyce and when he quit against Usyk, he was a young man. I mean, what was he when he boxed Joyce? 22, 23? He's been through those experiences, but you know, he says he will make Joshua quit on Saturday night. I disagree. I think if anyone's going to quit in the fight, but I also don't think it's going to be that type of fight. I don't want to find out how mentally strong Daniel Dubois is. I think you just want to put him to sleep. I mean, that's what you got to do. We don't want to. What do you want to do? Go 8, 9 rounds in. Keep going. Keep going. No, we want slip right hand over, right? Free time. But maybe it'll play out like that. Maybe you have to go to the trenches. I know AJ's prepared himself for a grueling fight because he talks about it. He's ready to go to whatever trenches need to be gone to on Saturday night.
Eddie, appreciate it very, very much. AJ's about to make his walk to the ring. AJ, this is normal for him, isn't it? Big fights. Let's remind ourselves of some of AJ's big fights over the years.
Not long now until Wembley hosts 96,000 people for the biggest fight of the year.
What will it be like to return to Wembley?
Another day in the office, really.
Wembley Stadium is daunting for a fighter. I mean, it's incredibly exciting, but when you walk out and you see the sheer volume of people there that night, it will make or it will break you. AJ's been there and done it, so for him, that walk, that experience will be heartwarming. It won't be nerve-wracking. It will be an experience that he can use memories of and great performances of. So for us, we can't wait. When he boxed Klitschko, the biggest night in the history of British boxing.
Vlad's a very, very, very good fighter. This is a high-paced fight with 2 big punches. These fights take a lot out of you, and you have to dig deep. You really have to dig deep because there's no other exit except for victory in my mind. So I had to dig deep at times to pull myself back from the depth of hell. The uppercut, it changed the course of the fight. It was quite even up until here. But you don't really get caught up in all the hype and enjoyment of conquering land because you know you have to do it again. So for me, it was just like, what's next?
Since he started boxing, his goal is to be the #1 in the division, the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world.
We've dealt with it on numerous occasions, whether it's Wembley Stadium, whether it's Millennium Stadium, whether it's Tottenham Hotspur. AJ's been there and done it. We were 1 belt short for so many years, and it was a frustrating period. He gave everything against Alexander Usyk, came up short, and that whole dream of being undisputed just whittled away.
Unified heavyweight champion of the world.
Everyone's mocking him and kicking him while he's down, and everyone was just writing him off. And what did he do? Instead of cowering, instead of hiding, instead of quitting, built himself back up, took smart fights.
Rousing ovation for Anthony Joshua, back on the winning trail, his arm raised in victory.
But now get this opportunity again at Wembley, IBF title on the line against Dubois, and then of course hopefully the winner gets a shot at undisputed gold.
Here we are, joined by a man that's been doing this for nearly 40 years. More than 40 years, actually. Frank Warren, you put on some big ones, Frank. This is a big one as well. They're going to break your record on Saturday, the 94,000.
Yeah, well, at least we got an involvement in the Riyadh season.
Yes,
and
indeed.
It's a spectacular event and it's a spectacular fight.
Yeah, this is incredible as well. You mentioned it to me, Buckingham Palace. I mean, they don't do things half measure, do they?
No, iconic. Yeah, they're all iconic moments of London, all great buildings. We've got another great press conference tomorrow at Guildhall. So, you know, this is what it's all about. And the investment's been phenomenal to make this happen, to make all of this happen.
Yeah, it is incredible.
Buckingham Palace, but I don't believe there's going to be a changing in the guard.
Hey, I like it. It's quick, isn't it? It's quick. How is Daniel? You would have caught him backstage. How's Daniel feeding? Because this is very, very big for him, isn't it?
He's in a very good place at the moment, and that's where I want him to continue to be. He's grown in the last 2 fights. He's settled himself down. He's matured mentally, which has been really important, and come out of his shell, and he's enjoying it, which is the main thing.
We just had Eddie up here, and he was saying that Daniel's dad is now going to be a chief second in the corner. That's his importance. I mean, you pushed him up there against Jarrell Miller. You got him there.
He won't be. He's in the corner.
He's in the corner. Okay, he's in the corner.
Don Charles is the trainer.
Yeah. Okay, but Daniel's dad will be in the corner.
Of course he'll be there. Yeah.
That's important for Daniel.
Yeah, but it's important. It's worked, and we're not. You know, it's not broke when you want to fix it for.
Yeah. You said you don't think there will be a changing of the guard. Obviously, Daniel is the champion. How big a victory would this be for Daniel? I mean, for you, like in terms of the victories you've had as a promoter.
I think it really will announce his position on the world stage. You know, he wins this, and he will be the 3rd best heavyweight in the world after the 2 are fighting on the 21st. But he'll set himself up to hopefully fight the winner.
Yeah. Do you think? And the one thing questioned about him is his mental, right? That's what the one thing we've questioned about Dubois over the years is maybe the mental state. I think he's overcome every single hurdle now. Do you think that is now firing as well, his mental state?
Yeah, listen, both of them have had problems with that. You know, people overlook some of the things with AJ. You know, like, you know, that fight he had with Ruiz. Yeah. I mean, he didn't look himself in the ring to me. He looked like he was struggling at times. I don't just mean in the fight. I mean struggling upstairs during that fight. And the pressure's on him. There's more pressure on him than there is on Daniel because of his age. You know, he's been 2-time world champion. He's the favourite according to the bookmakers and a lot of people. So he's got it all to do. He can't afford the loss. Excuse me.
Bless you, Frank. Away from Daniel very quickly, because you've got so many other good fighters on the card. Hamza Shiraz, Anthony Kakachi, Willie Hutchinson. Of those, which one are you more excited to see?
I know I say this every time. They're just all exciting fights. They are. I'm looking forward to seeing Josh Buatsi and Willie. It's a cracking fight. They got history. They're both outstanding amateurs. I mean, they're both outstanding amateurs. He had a little hiccup in his pro career in Willie, but he's on track. And Willie is a very, very good fighter, as is Josh. So I'm looking forward to that. Anto Kakachi, he's found his place where he should be. I mean, he's been a guy who should have been there a long time ago, but he's found himself. He's settled down, and he looked really brilliant last time out. And he's in a real tough fight with Josh. And Josh can't afford to lose. So that's fantastic.
High stakes boxing.
Sorry?
High stakes boxing. This is what it's about.
It is. And then obviously you got Hamza in here. Hamza's one of our big stars. With a guy who's upset a lot of people. So he's got to be at his best. And if he comes through, he's going to get a world title fight. So he's got to come through it.
He certainly has. Thank you very, very much. Don't go anywhere. Daniel Dubois, a lot of doubts about Daniel Dubois in the last couple of years. I think it's fair to say in recent months he's silenced all those doubters.
Daniel Dubois has climbed the tree again after taking the knee against Joe Joyce.
Daniel was in front on the judges' cards. He took the knee because he had a big problem with his orbital bones in his eyes.
What was going through Daniel's mind at that time? Only he can answer that question.
I've spoken to many people about it that have had that similar injury. And they say, look, you take a couple more, you don't see out of that eye.
The reality is, he took a knee and he didn't get up. And that showed a weakness.
Fair or not fair, Daniel Dubois got the label that he was a quitter.
Well, everyone's got something to say, you know, when you take an L. I heard a lot of people coming at us talking.
He was out of the ring for quite a while and he had to deal with it. And it was a tough time for him, there's no doubt about that. But, you know, as I said to him at the time, you have to now show what you're all about.
There you go. They're back. There you go. Nice to have you back, boys. Darren Barker, Barry Jones, Frank Warren. I think bullish about Daniel Dubois' chances. Look, he's got so many good fighters on the card as well. We're just going through those. Willie Hutchinson, Hamza Shiraz, Anthony Kakache. All of a sudden, you look at the stable. It's an incredible stable that Frank's built up, hasn't it?
And they're on good form.
Yeah.
You know, the last 5 have been spectacular victories for him. And look, I think as far as the main event's concerned, it's heavyweight boxing. And Dubois packs a punch. You know, that's why he's got the nickname Dynamite. You know, if he catches Anthony Joshua flush with a right hand, it could be that he defends his world title. So I can understand why Frank is feeling confident.
Yeah.
Frank has a history of unpolished gems. He sees them, they look okay. So Daniel Dubois, he was telling everyone he's going to be a world champion. And he looked good, because I've done most of his early fights, but he looked a bit robotic, so he's going to get found out at the highest level. And then the things happened, and there you go, we were all right. He's got vulnerabilities. But Frank believed in him, he sees something. He has an eye for talent, Frank Warren, better than probably anybody. And so now it looked like he's proven us right. Or proving us wrong, proving it himself right.
Yeah, I think, look, Jarrell Miller was the fight, but Hrgovic was the one where everyone was like, okay, Daniel Dubois is the real deal, right? Because Hrgovic was considered a boogeyman by some, but definitely a guy ranked within the top 10. And Daniel Dubois almost bullied the bully here a little bit, Darren.
Yeah, it just showed so much confidence. He believed in himself. The right hands that he took early were impressive, but the right hands that Hrgovic took were equally impressive. Hurtful shots, and you can see there he's impressing himself every single time he fights as of late. He's starting to really believe in himself. He's proud of himself and he's confident.
How surprised were you with that performance, Barry?
Massively surprised, because even though he did so well against Miller, he was still an underdog against Hrgovic. So Hrgovic, technically very, very good, and not a fast puncher like Joshua, but a big thunderous punch with that right hand. It's heavy, and it might be slow, but it's heavy and a chopping shot. And with Dubois, I thought once he gets hit a few times with that, mentally he will look for a way out. Honestly, I thought that way. But that was, as he said, the belief. He believed himself so much, he walked through the fire and bullied the man. He made Hrgovic punch himself out, pretty much, and then walk right through him.
Yeah, AJ is on the way. It's just one more fighter to make his walk. We're hearing he's stuck in traffic. I don't know. All the other fighters are here. They all got here, right? I mean, I don't know. Get him a helicopter. This is Anthony Joshua we're talking about. For AJ as well, it's been a good 12 months, hasn't it? The rebuild started with Jermaine Franklin. Then it was Helene, who was supposed to be Dillian White. Then it was Francis Ngannou. And I know some will point out saying they're not elite fighters, but you get your confidence back regardless, don't you?
Yeah, and I love what he's been saying the Anthony Joshua that beat Vladimir Klitschko wouldn't survive with the AJ of now.
Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Do you know what I do? I do, because I think everything has been experienced now for Anthony Joshua. And with the new teaming of Ben Davis and Lee Wiley and Barry, I think that's just added that extra string to the bow for Anthony Joshua. I think they've understood what the winning style for Anthony Joshua is, and that winning style is a style that comes more natural to Anthony Joshua, a more aggressive style, a style that allows him to fully rotate through the shots, not on your toes as much, and it's a more exciting Anthony Joshua. It's the Anthony Joshua he wants to be.
Early in his career, because he was a bit lighter, younger and fresher, he had a bounce to his step, so he'd be in and out with the movement. But with that, he had that beautiful fluency, and that's where the power came from, with the speed. As you develop or get older, that has to slow down when you put muscle mass on like he did. But I think he didn't quite understand that. And I said the other day that I think he knows who he is now more than ever, personality-wise, vulnerability-wise, and ability-wise, and how he has to fight. And with the addition of a new camp, I think they take that thought process away from him, because he overthinks stuff. Now, we know that. He likes to know everything about everything. And I think they're just taking that away and drip feed him the right information so he knows what's going on, but he's not overthinking anything, and that's made him a more dynamic fighter.
That's interesting, right? Because you look at the two people you mentioned there, Lee Wiley and Ben Davison, they're the overthinkers. So it's almost a case of we'll do all the overthinking for you and we'll give you what you need. Francis Ngannou, I thought, was a performance which we expected a heavyweight to do to Francis Ngannou. That's what we expected to do, but I don't know if I expected it to be this quick and this brutal.
No, everyone's talking about the granite chin of Francis Ngannou, who's getting hit with, what is it, 6-ounce gloves and taking the shots back off the chin. I have never, ever, ever seen a shot as thunderous and as hurtful as that in my whole life, being involved in boxing. Seeing a man of that size land and bounce off the canvas the way he did was frightening.
It was like a giant lump of clay just dropping. It was unbelievable. But what Joshua doesn't get credit for is his technique. His technique is fantastic. He punches inside his body frame, and I say it all the time. But the reason I say that because you have to turn your body into the shots. Then if you don't flay your elbows out, you have to turn into the shot to get purchase, which means you push off your legs, you turn all the big muscles, which are in the back of your body, into the punches, and that makes you dynamic. And with that turn, like a golf swing or kicking a football or throwing a rugby ball, with that turn you get speed, acceleration, and when you're a big fella like that, that's dynamite.
I keep turning around and looking over my shoulder, not for Anthony Joshua, by the way. Obviously, we are at the OVO Arena here in Wembley, and we do have 3 fights for you tonight as well. I was looking at the crowd that have turned up, and it's a decent crowd. It's a decent crowd. They are going to see some good fighters as well. Chris Kongo being one of them, and I like that as well. Let's have a look at the fights that we are going to see this evening, and I think this is a good introduction to the media and public workouts. There you go. You got Vuong versus Hughes. Obviously, a lot spoken about Vuong. You got Hamed. You know the surname there, the son of Prince Nassim Hamed. He takes on Garces, and you got Chris Kongo versus Quinn. Chris Kongo coming off that really good win against Florian Marcoux. Yeah. I like the idea of fights every day. Why is boxing only strictly Saturdays? I mean, it used to be, Thursdays, Fridays. It should be every day.
I box on a Monday and a Wednesday. So they used to, back in my day, black and white TV, they would put them on Mondays and Wednesdays, and sometimes you still get that, but predominantly now it's the weekend. But this is good because they get a feel of the occasion without actually getting on the big show.
Yeah,
that's not a bad, and also they get to stay busy. And as we've seen now, especially with the heavyweights, Joshua, Parker, and the like, being busy for any fighter is what makes your development supersede others.
Yeah, so those 3 fights are coming hopefully in about 45 minutes. Look, we've spoken so much about Ben Davison throughout the week. This is a feature, a really good one, about the mindset of AJ's new coach.
I love the partnership between Ben Davison and Anthony Joshua. One of the best minds in all of boxing.
I think the biggest things when you work with somebody that's achieved amazing things like AJ already has, it's just a case of helping them understand their skill sets, strengths, weaknesses. I think that really clicked with him.
Me and Ben are on the same wavelength, so when I take him crazy ideas, he's already had that in his mind anyway, and he's ahead of the game, Ben Davison.
I think we're seeing AJ so confident as he's been in the last 2 fights purely down to the way Ben Davison approaches fight, uses tactical analysis and video analysis to oversee everything in camp.
We study a lot of fights, and I think it's something that AJ is very receptive to. By the time these situations occur on fight night, it's drilling them and it becomes instinctive.
And in an instant, it's all over.
From the Hellenius knockout to the Wallin display.
Joshua gets his 24th knockout, and boy, did he make it look easy.
To then destroying Ngannou, to knock him out the way he did, just shows you that we have probably not an old Anthony Joshua, but a new and improved Anthony Joshua.
When you're knocking guys out like the Ngannou knockout, and the situations and scenarios are playing out just like you've been drilling and working on and going over in the film study, of course, it's going to give you a lot of confidence.
It is lights out! Wow! Anthony Joshua!
Yeah, look, it's a good relationship, isn't it? Ben Davison does all the work, but as you mentioned, Barry, Lee Wiley behind the team, it's a really good team. And I guess for AJ, it must be a bit of a throwback to Team GB. That's set up. Oh, there you go, AJ's here. He's in the building, which is good. Which means we don't have to continue talking for the next half an hour. He is here.
About time, really.
It is about time. He did this to us yesterday, didn't he, at Leicester Square?
Cheek of the man.
But it must go back to that Team GB kind of setup he has, because there are so many good fighters in that camp.
Of course, yeah. Success breeds success. So even as good as the coach is, you learn just as much from the good fighters around you. And we know that from the amateurs. So I've been around good fighters, good people. That just, it takes you to a higher place. And also understanding the sport, it's not physically, understanding the sport mentally, how people move, the things they do, their thought process. It all helps when the fight night. Everything becomes instinctive and reactive.
How good is Ben Davison as a trainer? Obviously, there is this kind of new school, old school kind of clash, I feel like, in the UK when it comes to trainers. You obviously trained under Tony Sims, very much in the old school mode. Ben's in the new school mode. What's the difference between the two, and how good's Ben?
Yeah, look, from what I can see, he lives and breathes the sport. It's his real passion in life. I will say there's a brilliant team with Lee and Barry. The video analysis we've seen today is so important. I've heard someone, I won't say who it was, say it's like a cheat code. It's a cheat code, the work that they do, because they break it down so diligently. You are seeing chinks, you are seeing rhythms, and you can start to try and read those when you're in the fight quite early.
Is that boxing playing catch up with all the other sports?
I think so.
Because all the other sports, the NFL, football, they've been doing that for years, and boxing really hasn't.
I tell you what, though, it's the only thing about that, the only worry about that is boxing is such a reactive, instinctive sport that if you set your sights on what someone does exactly and you sort of go in there, he only does this, they only do that, and then they do something different, it can flip you on your head. So you have to really be able to think for yourself.
It's good to have both, though,
It's good to have both. You've still got to be able to learn, to be able to think on yourself and make it organic in that. I think that's very important. Ultimately, Ben's a good trainer, but you're only as good as your fighter. I'll say that always. Trainers are worth their weight in gold. But if your fighter can't fight, you can't fight. You're only as good as your fighter. When you're given talented fighters, you show how good you are. But what he's done, he's taken fighters from British level to world level, Ben, and he doesn't get enough credit for that. Lee Wood's a fine example of that. Took a guy who was on going beyond. We didn't think he'd go beyond that. Made him not just a world champion, a very good world champion. And it's all about the fit. If you're comfortable with your trainer and you're happy and you trust that trainer, the trust is important, because in round 8 when you're knackered, they're going to tell you to do something you don't like, and if you don't believe them, you won't do it.
I think what you said there, it doesn't hurt, and that's right. I think having strings to your bow is very good and it's important. Look, the old school is tried and tested. So now bringing in some sports science, nutrition and everything, and the video analysis, it's just making you a more rounded fighter, giving you more options in a fight. And yeah, look, I think we know in top level sport, not just boxing, it's fractions, it's millimeters, it's split seconds, and any advantage you can gain, you've got to go and grab it, because there's so much money on the line now, there's so much out there, achievements, big fights, big nights. You've got to get that extra advantage and make it count.
Yeah, that's Ben Davison. Obviously, AJ is going to make his walk in a few moments. I want to quickly, if we can, maybe give a conversation to Don Charles. Very much the old school, right? Famous for his time with Derek Chisora. Maybe he doesn't get the credit he deserves, Don Charles, but he's part of this big turnaround completely for Daniel Dubois, right? I mean, he's had him just before the Usyk fight. We saw improvements there, and it's clear to see the improvements in the last 2 fights. That's down to Don.
Yeah, and look, when we had Eddie up here, Eddie talking about the importance that Daniel Dubois' dad plays in his career. Well, I think almost Don Charles is almost like a second father-like figure.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to let him down. He wants to impress Don. He wants to do the business for Don Charles. And yeah, he's really, really helped. It's funny when Eddie come up here, and just before he said about his father being a second in the corner, I was about to say to Eddie, are you banning his dad from coming? Because he is the difference. In that Miller fight, he got him in the corner, he got in the ear of Daniel Dubois, and Daniel Dubois listened.
Yeah.
He's done it, so he could be the secret weapon.
Key factor.
For me, Don is he's a big lump, but he's a soft-spoken guy who takes no nonsense.
Yeah.
And I think someone like Dubois needs that. So he needs that calm influence where you're not bullying him, but also needs that sternness to you do. Sometimes boxers need to do it for their trainers. They need to do it for somebody. Some of us are selfish, and you should be selfish because it's a dangerous sport. But some people just need to please people. And I think with Don, he got someone there who he wants to please. And that just sometimes, like his dad, he wants to please his dad. So you've got 2 people there in the corner, he wants to please, he doesn't want to let down. And that gives him that extra bit of oomph. And I think that's the difference.
Yeah, both trainers have been in big experienced fights, right? Let's not forget Derek Chisora going to Germany to fight Vitali Klitschko all those years ago. And let's also forget, remember Ben Davison was in the corner for Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder. So both trainers have experienced really, really high-level big fights. It's going to be a good one, isn't it?
And it's so important because you don't want your coach flapping in the corner. You know, things are getting difficult. The occasion, you know, will be electric, and you need that individual for 56, 57, 58 seconds perhaps, if you're lucky, to give you, you know, precise, accurate information.
All right, it's time. We did quite well to fill that. Well done, guys. Congratulations. It's time to throw down to Thomas Treiber because AJ is about to make his ring walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, our main event this Saturday, 12 rounds scheduled for the IBF Heavyweight Championship of the World. Let's now welcome to the ring the challenger. From Watford, England, an Olympic gold medalist with a professional record of 28 wins, 3 defeats, with 25 of his 28 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the former two-time heavyweight champion of the world, AJ Anthony Joshua!
Here he comes, Anthony Joshua. As you heard Thomas Treiber said there, the former two-time unified heavyweight champion of the world. And Darren Barker just pointed out as well, all those kids you can see in the ring, all part of Finchley ABC.
Yeah, it is brilliant what he does, you know, shining a light on the new crop of stars coming through. He understands the importance in role models, and that's exactly what Anthony Joshua is. He's a role model. I will say, he looks a lot more switched on today. Look, a lot more tense, would you say? Or a lot more focused than he was yesterday. He knows the fight is edging closer.
Yeah, he's now sort of switched on, isn't he?
I like this AJ. I know when he's a little bit mean or a little bit fed up. No, I think that's what you want to see. You want to see an angry guy who can control it. But that makes him a dangerous prospect.
I like that Ali Drew's going to be asking him the questions, not us.
Yeah, I'm very happy I'm not getting in that ring to ask him. He walked through the ropes there like he's going to fight those guys in the ring. Like, okay, let's do 1-on-7.
But even this, the thought, all that's going on, this is a very pivotal fight for him because this is a hard fight to come back from if he loses this stage of his career. But he's still got enough about him to let's get Mike Gibbs, the gym that made him, let's get those guys involved, get him in the ring and share it with me.
Sean Murphy, Gary Foley in the corner, familiar faces from the Reptum. What they do for the young kids, young adults in that gym is fantastic. And will we have a potential future Anthony Joshua?
Sean Murphy was a good fighter.
Yeah, he was.
British champion, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, world title challenger, of course, against Steve Robinson. He could really fight.
What a moment for these kids. What honestly, fantastic, isn't it? And they're all making sure they're doing the right thing as well.
It's their time to shine.
Look at Eddie Hearn, look at the sign him already. Look at him, that little fox, isn't he?
Look at the size of AJ's legs, by the way. Size of those legs.
Yep. Look at the energy on some of the kids, bless them. You know what I mean? This is a real. Oh, look how big is this? Imagine doing this when you were like 14, 13.
Some familiar faces, actually. We interviewed a few of these at a
Harringay Box Cup.
Harringay Box Cup, correct. Some good fighters.
Honestly, this is good. I like this kind of stuff. But you're right, AJ is switched on. I mean, look, obviously, this is a different kind of media workout, but if you just focus on AJ here and have a look at him, you look in his eyes, he's switched on. Look, you can see he's switched on.
Yeah, he's completely in the zone now.
Yeah, he's in the zone.
That's the word, in the zone, on the zone.
Hey,
ready for fight night now. And look,
someone's keeping their job. Well done, mate.
But I didn't expect anything less, if I'm honest. You know, all fun and games yesterday, smiles, posing for cameras, photographs, autographs, but now we're edging closer.
Because I think this is the hardest day for the fighters, because this is almost a meaningless day for them. You know, we all want to see them. We all want to see them in the flesh, and so they'll do a little bit. But for them, this is the bigger waste of the time than all the other stuff. That's the way I feel. So this is the real, like, have I got to do this? Of all the things.
I love that relationship he has with Sean. And I love that he's had that for so many years. And every time AJ is about to start training camp, it always goes down to Finchley. And that's the start of training camp for AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to John Oliver as well. Uncle of Spencer Oliver, European champion, played a big part in Anthony Joshua's early career. And it's so good what he does, giving back to the club and inspiring this young crop of fighters coming through.
That's a big lump next to him as well, isn't it?
Oh, man.
We interviewed him, didn't we? Didn't he win the Haringey Box Cup last year?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knocks a guy out.
Yeah.
You know everyone, you two, don't you, eh?
Yeah. We get around, me and Baz. There you go. I think that might be that for the AJ workout.
That's good enough, that is. That's good enough for me.
AJ Anthony Joshua!
So that's that for AJ's media workout. Ali Drew will speak to Anthony Joshua in a few moments. As that's happened, a big boy has joined us in the studio as well. Conor Ben, looking tanned as well, Conor.
I'm feeling good, mate. I'm feeling good.
Looking good. You're looking good as well. Wait, look, I always ask this question. It's a very basic one. When am I going to see you in the ring, Conor?
Listen, God willing, end of the year. If not end of the year, Q1 of next year. That's the plan anyway. I'm ready. All I need is 5 weeks. Give me 5 weeks. Give me 4 weeks for any of these wallies and I'm ready.
All right, hold that thought because we are going to get a few words of Anthony Joshua of Ali Drew.
AJ, a small workout for you, but as we've seen you do before, giving this opportunity to the guys and girls to showcase their skills and be on the big stage.
Exactly. Being on the big stage, they're the boys and girls from a boxing club, so we're in local town, so I thought I'd bring them down.
How much does it mean to you to be able to do that on a platform like this?
Everything. So it's about opening doors for people, like people open doors for me as well.
What are you making of the setup in here and where you walked from today?
There's a fight here happening tonight, right? 10 out of 10. 3 fights happening tonight. It's 10 out of 10. I feel like I'm in the ring ready for my fight as well. It feels good. Canvas feels good. Size is good. Just need to get my wraps on and my gloves and I can fight today.
3 days out, how are the emotions now?
There's no emotions.
You're just ready to go?
No emotions. I'm just here, just here.
What are you expecting from the rest of the fight week?
More media, more talking, more training most importantly, and walk into the ring in front of 96,000 people ready to show people my gladiatorial spirit.
We have to give the final words to the supporters who are here today.
Yeah, I see my peoples. Big love to everyone that come out. Enjoy the show. Shout out to His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh for putting on a boxing show for the public. And how's everyone doing tonight? Everyone feeling good? I'm going to shoot off, but you know if I could, I'll spend all day with you lot. But I'm going to shoot off and I appreciate your time. God bless.
There you go, AJ, done. That's it, we'll see him tomorrow at the press conference. Darren Barker and Barry Jones have gone downstairs because they're going to jump on comms for the 3 fights that we've got, but we have replaced them with 2 very special guests, Ben Davison, and you heard Conor Ben briefly as well. Conor, I want to start with you. You're looking good, Conor.
I feel good, man.
You're looking good. Every time I see you on Instagram, you're always training. Always training, always on a boat somewhere.
10 kilometers for breakfast.
Easy work.
Easy work. Yeah.
Is it a case of us potentially seeing you very, very soon? I mean, I'm greedy. I want to see you before the end of the year. Is that a potential maybe?
Listen, fingers crossed we have an announcement by the end of the year. Would love to be out in December. If not, definitely Q1 of next year, God willing. You know, I'm always in the gym, I'm always working. As I said, all I need is 6 weeks for any of these wallies. Anybody. There's a burning fire in my stomach to come back and prove a point.
Q1 at 147 or 154?
I mean, listen, you're wrong on both.
Okay. There's only one more jump up.
Listen, there's only one person I want.
Yeah.
I need to close that chapter for good, and I'm gonna drop back down to 147 and beat any of them. Any of them. Honestly, on all smoke. What, you think I've been missing for 2 years and that anger ain't in there?
I can see it in you. I can see the smoke in you. Ben Davison joins us as well. Ben, let's just get straight to it. AJ, fight camp, how was it?
Very good, as always. He's the ultimate professional, so and very coachable, so pleasure to work with.
Yeah, look, there's been so much talk about this fight with Dubois, power versus power. A lot of people aren't talking about experience. AJ has way more experience than Daniel Dubois. How much will that play a part on Saturday, do you think?
We're not banking on any of that stuff. Good decisions. Decision making is what wins fights. Good decision making. You know, in the heavyweight division, as they always say, they can all punch. They can all turn each other's lights out. So good decision making is what wins fights. Good preparation, and that's what AJ will be doing.
How do you see this fight, Connor? Obviously, you know both fighters very well. Again, two big boys in there. Dubois now very, very confident. It's been a good 12 months for Daniel Dubois. How do you see it playing out?
Listen, it's a 50-50 fight. You can't write off anybody, especially in the heavyweight division. You can't write off nobody. All it takes is one shot, especially with two big punchers. I do believe AJ walks out there and goes, this is home. I'm used to this. I'm built for this. Are you? And I think he's going to come out and really set the tone straight away. I do believe the fight don't go points. I believe it's going to be an early stoppage. I'm favouring AJ, but it can go either way.
Ben, when AJ got to you, I do feel, and I could be wrong and you can shut me down, I do feel like AJ might have been a bit fragile before he got to you, mentally. You seem to have unlocked something, Ben. You're shaking your head, so you disagree.
Yeah, fragile is the wrong word. I just think he was uncertain. He was uncertain. He'd obviously gone around a few coaches, which he's trying to improve. He's the type of guy that he doesn't wait for it to break to fix it, you know? And I think he hadn't quite figured things out. And I think whatever it is, the way that we articulate it, you know, I just feel like the way the relationship works, and it makes sense to him, and he understands what he needs to do. And, you know, people talk about his last two performances, but then talk about the opponents. I remember I had this when Tyson Fury boxed Otto Wallin. I said Otto Wallin would do a number on Dominic Brazil at the time. People laughed. He went and done that later on. I think Otto Wallin would beat Jarrell Miller. And it's not the opponents, it's the fashion in which he's beat them. And he knows what he needs to do, and when he knows what he needs to do and he's confident in what he needs to do, he's an executioner.
No, we've seen it, you're right. Otto Wallin decided no more, and Francis Ngannou, a man that couldn't be knocked out, was knocked out severely by AJ. Go on, very quickly, in your division or in and around your division, because you said now you're going to be a 160 guy. It is.
160 for one.
160 for
and
one.
only.
Hamza Shiraz versus Tyler Denny. How do you see it playing out?
I like Tyler Denny. I like Hamza Shiraz. Hamza Shiraz is an Ilford boy. You know, from the same area. Yeah. I'm back in Shiraz every day of the week, twice on Sundays. I like Tyler Denny. I wrote him off against Felix Cash, and he come through. So there's obviously something there. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's going to be a competitive fight, but Hamza Shiraz is on a knockout roll at the minute. I do believe there will be a stoppage there also.
It looks a bit special. Conor Ben, great to have you. Ben Davison, good luck this week as well. All right, 3 fights to come now. Let's go downstairs to get this show on the road with your MC, Mr. Thomas Triber. Let's have a look at the fight card very quickly before we do that. Remember, it is Chris Kongo versus Jacob Quinn in the welterweight division. Aadam Hamed, the son of Prince Nassim Hamed, takes on Santiago, Garces, and Cameron Vuong in the lightweight contest takes on Joe Underwood Hughes. That's your fight. Let's go downstairs to Thomas Triber.
Let's get the boxing action started. And first, welcome to the ring, Jacob Quinn. Well, what an opportunity this is for 27-year-old Jacob Quinn. He brings to the ring a record of 8 wins, all of those coming on points. And for all 6 of these fighters now, 3 days ahead of the big one next door at Wembley Stadium. A huge opportunity to make a noise. 27 years of age, just over 6 years now in the professional ranks for Jacob Quinn. He's been outpointed in the past by Hassan Azim, the brother of the former European super lightweight champion Aadam Azim, and that in a decent scrap it was too. And now let's welcome to the ring, Chris Too Slick Kongo. Chris Kongo, the most established of the 6 fighters on the card here tonight. And last time out, had one of the best wins of his career, outpointing Florian Marcoux over 10 rounds across London at the O2 Arena back in March. Feisty build up to that one, but he held his nerve, held his composure, and now looking to kick on again in his career.
Live from the Oval Arena in London, England. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turki Al-Sheikh, for putting together this spectacular Riyadh season event and its fight week here in London. Riyadh season has really re-elevated the sport, and it is genuinely being done for the boxing fans. We get things started with 6 rounds scheduled in the welterweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing. Sponsored by Visit Saudi, Solomon Al Habib Hospital, Saudi Airlines, Red Sea Global, Doria, and Middle Beast, in partnership with Gold Star Promotions and Sella, in association with Boxer. It is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Alan Spelling, timekeeper Nick White. Our referee in charge will be Amy Pooh, and scoring ref is Sean McAvoy. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing white with gold and weighed in officially at 11 stone, 1 pound. Hailing from Huddersfield, West Yorkshire, England, he has a professional record consisting of 8 wins, 4 defeats, and 1 draw. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jacob Quinn. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with white and weighed in officially at 11 stone, 3 pounds. hailing from Bermondsey, London, England. He has a professional record of 15 wins, 2 defeats, with 7 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the current IBO Intercontinental Champion, Chris Too Slick Kongo!
Listen to my instructions at all times. Watch your head, no low blows. When I say break, step back. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch buffs. Thank you.
Well, we heard from Ben Davison a few moments ago, another important member of the team in the corner with Chris Kongo, Barry Smith. And 3 days away from the big showdown next door, 3 fights now, as we continue fight week here on the day of boxer workouts. As Chris Kongo looks to build on that very impressive win last time around, 6 months ago across London at the O2 against Florian Marcoux. A very confident going into the contest, Florian Marcoux, but Kongo in the end the winner on the cards of all 3 judges. Alongside me, as ever, Darren Barker. Darren, that was a very impressive win for Kongo last time out.
Yeah, it really was, Mike. It was punch perfect, career best win. Showed Marcoux no respect whatsoever. And that's exactly what he needs to do here against Jacob Quinn. Play to Quinn, comes straight out. He's tried to hold the centre of the ring, but we've seen now already Kongo just holding that centre, piercing out a nice sharp jab, and that was the key to victory against Marcoux. It was a lovely, straight, sharp shot, and the variation of it was on point.
And Quinn just looking slightly apprehensive across the first minute of the contest. Might not be Wembley Stadium next door, but this is still a huge occasion.
Oh, it's incredible, Mike. It really is. What an opportunity for these 6 guys on the bill to showcase their skills. Oh, lovely left hook from Kongo. And I think that the hesitance probably from Quinn now is just knowing that he doesn't have the hand speed to match Kongo, and he's just made him a little reluctant to let his shots go at the fear of getting countered.
Kongo just stepping away, neatly judging the distance between himself and Quinn and making Quinn miss with those follow-up shots. Cleaner, sharper punching from Kongo across the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, credit to Quinn here. He's doing the right thing. He's trying to close the gap. He's trying to nullify the threat of the quick hands of Kongo by getting close. You've got a better chance. I think at range, there's only one winner here. So he's trying to mix it up. He's trying to vary the attacks. I do think he'll have more success if he was to get close to Kongo. That's a lovely right to the body. That was another thing I was impressed with against Marcoux for Kongo. The variation showed us an awful lot. Not just a lovely jab, but the variation of the shot. But body shots, the uppercuts worked well. And like I said about Quinn, he also did the same with Kongo against Marcoux. He picked his moments. He knew when to plant his feet. He knew when to move. And it was a very sensible display.
First round for Chris Kongo, so we'll follow him back to Barry Smith in the corner. 31 21 years of age, Chris Kongo. Strong amateur pedigree, came through at the famous Lynn Club in southeast London. Was outpointed by Josh Kelly in the English National Championship final back in 2013. Kelly, of course, on the main card here over at Wembley Stadium at the weekend against the late replacement Ishmael Davis, but a fight that many, all the same, are still looking forward to despite the late withdrawal of Liam Smith. Hesitation in the corner of Kongo, but we're underway now. The second round, good sharp start by Chris Kongo, finding the range with that left-hand jab against the southpaw, and generally being a bit too sharp for the man from Huddersfield.
Yeah, credit to Quinn though. He did kind of regroup after a good start from Kongo, tried to force the pace and get close, as I said, in that first round. But I've just seen here something he neglected in the opening round there, Kongo, was the feint. He feints so well with feet, hands, and even his eyes, always looking for openings. And I'm not sure if that was Ben Davis. I just see him lean over the ropes and talk to Ben Davison, and maybe that was the advice that Ben gave him. Start using those feints more, try and unlock the puzzle, the defense of Quinn.
Quinn beaten 4 times in his career, only one of those coming inside the distance, beaten in 4 rounds by Pierce O'Leary, who's now unbeaten in 15. That was 4 years ago.
Yeah, no shame in that. Heard an awful lot about O'Leary's punch power from Al Smith. Oh, it's a lovely right hook from Chris Kongo. And that variation that I spoke about is very evident here. He knows the importance of mixing it up, Kongo. Doesn't get predictable with his work, and that's so important. And I think that, going back to the Marku fight, that's what really frustrated the Albanian. He just didn't know where the shots were coming from. He's just struggling here, Quinn, isn't he, with the speed of foot and hand of Kongo. He's not sure where they're coming from, Quinn. The jabs, the right hand straight to head, to body. Oh, it's a lovely southpaw jab though from Quinn. Really stepped in with that shot, Mike.
Just about the first notable success for Quinn as we move into the last half a minute of the second round, with Kongo looking to build momentum on the back of that good win against Marku early last year, beaten by Ekau Esiman for the British welterweight title. Quinn, the winner of 4 straight at the beginning of his pro career. That was back in August of 2018, 6 years a pro. Last time out, as we saw on one of the captions earlier on, outpointed over 8 rounds by Michael King. That was in Bradford a couple of months ago.
He got in his groove there, Kongo. Nice rhythm, good movement, picked his moments, good variation. Showing us a bit of everything. Love to see him up the pace now as the fight starts to develop him. Though he's been really smart in that second round. That was a lovely left hook. Really sort of leant over to his right to generate more power. He took that well, but he needs to be more disciplined with that lead right hand position, Quinn.
And shortly after that left hook landed, Darren, was the right hand that you pointed to as well. 2 solid single shots from Kongo in that second round. We're moving into the third now. This scheduled for 6. And a good opportunity for Kongo 6 months after that win against Florian Marcoux to start to build towards another British title challenge. The current holder, Harry Scarf, been nominated by the British Boxing Board of Control to defend next against Liam Taylor.
Yeah, look, there's some big fights for Kongo out there, and winnable fights, so ambition and hunger has to be higher with, like I say, perfect, big, mouth-watering fights for him. Just changing up the speed and the pace and the power of the shots there, confusing Quinn. Just start to back off a little bit, Quinn. And sorry, Matt, that's a prime example there of the difference in speed. He's thrown the left hand, Quinn, but the reactions of Kongo just so sharp, and he was able to miss a shot and fire back with his own right hand. I've absolutely no doubt, Mike, Kongo will be gagging for a stoppage here. I know he hasn't fought since March with that impressive victory over Marcoux, but he'll want to entertain these fans. He'll want to put on a showcase real stoppage. I've absolutely no doubt about it. And if he was, it would be impressive, because you can see the intent from Quinn. He's pushing Kongo back. He's trying absolutely everything to find openings himself.
Yeah, decent attendance in here at Wembley Arena, where earlier on there were the boxer workouts. Everyone on the bill next door Saturday here appearing for 4 or 5 minutes, going through the motions in some cases. 1 or 2 of them on the pads with their respective trainers. All part of the fight week process, building towards one of the biggest nights in British boxing.
And it really does get the juices flowing, you know, watching these guys. I mean, Anthony Joshua, probably the most obvious out of all of them, starting to really look like he's getting into fight mode, and that's what you want to see as the days close in and the fight edges closer.
It's interesting listening to you talking to Barry Jones and Addy, Darren, about how there's almost a mask starts to come down as the days go by, and they get more and more tense.
And we love that, don't we? Because you know they're starting to switch on, they're starting to engage in what is going to be a memorable night at Wembley Stadium.
Good finish to the round there for Kongo, to body and head. And once again, Quinn struggling to deal with the sheer variety. As I was saying in commentary, Kongo beaten in a fight for the British title by Eko Esiman in January of last year. One other defeat on the record for Chris Kongo when we all went over to Gibraltar during the COVID days. He was beaten over 10 rounds, outpointed by Michael McKinson.
Yeah, what a trip that was, Mike. We enjoyed ourselves, didn't we? But no, do you know what? No shame in those defeats at all, and you gained a lot of experience, and it seems to have held him in really good stead.
So good finish to the previous round for Chris Kongo. Can he now build on that pressure as we move into the second half of this scheduled 6-rounder? The 18th fight in the professional career of Kongo, now 31 years of age.
Yeah, just a change in tempo. I don't think that's naturally his style, but I'd like to see him maybe throw 2s, 3s, then go again, 2, 3 phases of attacks. See how Quinn would react to that sort of pressure. If you're Quinn, again, I do believe standing at range here, it is not going to work at all. It doesn't carry the power to trouble Kongo, and I think he needs to try and get close and try and work away, try and find some openings of his own. Because I think here, this is just playing into Kongo's hands.
Looking at that record, Darren, of Jacob Quinn, those 8 wins on his record, all of them have come via points, and you just get the sense here that he doesn't really drive those shots through.
No, he doesn't. He pulls the shots, and I think it's because of the lack of speed. He's a little hesitant, like I said in the opening round, to really commit at the, I wouldn't say the fear, but at the worry of getting countered. And we just see a little passage of play there from Kongo. If you're not going to go through the gears, you've got to try and find the openings in other ways. And he started to set some traps. He started to throw the jab and then look upstairs for the right hand. So more thought moving forward for Kongo required here. He is naturally laid back. He is in a nice rhythm here. Just like to see him just up the tempo slightly. Trying something a little different here, Quinn. Hands down, just trying to be a little bit awkward, unconventional, and having some success. A couple of screw shots with that lead right hand, finding a home. It's not like he can't do it, Kongo. When he put the 3 shots together there, it was beautiful. There's a left uppercut, the right hand, and back with the left hook. Good work, this is nice. The pressure of Quinn is allowing, or making rather, Kongo work.
Good finish to the round, left hook from Chris Kongo after success with clipping right uppercuts in that last phase. It's the first of 3 fights on this day of boxer workouts here at Wembley Arena. Chris Kongo here on the left. Lovely combination with that uppercut followed by the left hook.
Lovely work. He's got ability in abundance. He really has variation, but we pointed out numerous times in this contest. So evident, and when he puts them together, he really is a joy to watch. Classy operator. I think the nickname very apt. Too slick. He proves that whenever he fights. Just a change in tempo, seconds. If I was to be really picky.
Seconds out, round 5.
Two rounds to go then, Chris Kongo. This one scheduled for 6. Looking in control so far over the first 4 rounds. Still to come, the son of Nassim Aadam Hamed, and one of the brightest prospects in the UK right now, Cameron Vuong.
I think he's trying to wind up Kongo now, Quinn. Starting to look away, he's starting to showboat a little bit, and I don't know if he's taking kindly to that, Kongo. Trying to up the tempo, you can see a bit more authority in the shots, double jab right hand. Oh, lovely left hook.
Over the top of the right hand of Quinn, trying to time that.
Yeah, just 2 free shots, then go again. Don't need to get greedy. Oh, nice. Left hand from Quinn, and a smile to follow.
Kongo steps across, blocking off the escape routes for Quinn. Flicks out another jab.
Tried to walk Quinn onto an uppercut there, just managed to smother the shot. Big Quinn.
And Eddie Hearn sat at ringside, and Darren, I know he doesn't promote Chris Kongo, but he often talks about the need to excite and to entertain. And I know it's difficult if it's not naturally in your style and your makeup, but this is the kind of night and opportunity where Kongo really has to look good.
Yeah, I think so. You've got to remember that there is a man, Quinn, who's in there trying to fight for his life. but he is limited in comparison to Kongo, so that is where you've got to grab the fight by the scruff of the neck. I think he's winning the fight, but he could be doing more because it's there. I know he can do it, and we've seen it. When he puts them together in flurries, like I say, you don't need to get greedy. It doesn't have to be 5, 6, 7 punch combinations. You go 2, 3s, go again. Nice right hand from Kongo, beautiful shot. Just come tall there, Quinn.
Quinn attempting at the same time to land almost simultaneously with his own jab. End of the 5th round, 1 to go.
Yeah, it's more of the same. There were some nice shots landed, single shots from Kongo. We see a nice right hand there, and he finishes the round with a lovely shot as well that we may see. Good work to the body, and there was that right hook. It was a beautiful shot. Credit to Quinn, taking that flush on the left side of the chin. But again, I think my instructions in the corner would be just up the tempo. Come on, put them together. Let's see how Quinn reacts.
Second out, 6th and last round.
So the final 3 minutes then for Chris Kongo to attempt, as Darren says, to just increase the momentum, build on the successes that he has, and he gets to work with the right hand early on.
Yeah, more forceful on the front foot here, Kongo, trying to make stuff happen, but Quinn again showing he's resilient, he's tough. Even trying to creep forward himself. Just got his foot on the outside, Quinn. It's making it a little bit more difficult for Kongo to find the shots. Showboating again, frustrating, I'm sure. Frustrating Kongo. Maybe more annoying him.
They like that success in the Quinn corner. That jab landing as Kongo stands with the gloves held low in the centre of the ring.
Yeah, look, just over a minute and 20 seconds to go. Let's get to work. Not just Chris Kongo, Jacob Quinn as well. Let's entertain these fans. What a fantastic Wednesday night this is in front of Buckingham Palace here at Wembley Arena. Let's get the crowd going.
Into the final minute then, round 6. This is the first of 3 contests here, 3 nights away from the big heavyweight showdown and that superb undercard next door at Wembley Stadium, the all-British affair for the IBF Heavyweight Championship. Dubois and AJ. And so many differing opinions as to what is the highlight of the undercard as Quinn opens up, moving into the last 30 seconds of this 6-rounder in the welterweight division.
Yeah, I've been changing my mind with my pick on the undercard. It really is a cracking card. So many brilliant fights to look forward to, and they mean an awful lot.
So Jacob Quinn makes it through to the end, the 6 rounds. Chris Kongo in the end, a comfortable night's work for him.
Yeah, it was comfortable, but a little flat. Look, he hasn't fought since March. Not too sure what preparation was like, and the reason I say that is perhaps he didn't do as much sparring as he may have wanted for whatever reason, I don't know. And usually that is the reason why your timing, your distance may be off a little bit. But it's important now for Chris Kongo to be active, to be busy.
And talking of the undercard, the fairy tale turnaround for Tyler Denny continue. Next up, it's Hamza Shiraz. Each of them off the back of confidence-boosting wins just recently, and huge opportunities for the winner. Tyler Denny against Hamza Shiraz on Saturday on the undercard of the big heavyweight showdown. Here now, after Chris Kongo against Jacob Quinn, let's get the official scorecard now from Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, our scoring referee ringside, Sean McAvoy, has it 59-55 for your winner, Chris Too Slick Kongo.
So the referee, as expected, giving it to Kongo. Might have thought it was a shutout, but one of those rounds being given to Jacob Quinn here. 5 rounds to 1 in favour of Chris Kongo, the 16th win of his professional career.
Yeah.
And let's have a word now with the winner. We'll be talking very shortly to Ali Drew.
Chris, another great win under your belt, following on from a fantastic win last time out. How important is it for you to stay busy and active as you wait for those big fights?
First of all, I just want to thank God for the victory. I mean, it was last minute, but that's what athletes do. We're in the gym, working, trying to get better, and last minute picked up their phone and the fight was here. So thanks to everyone that come out, Barry, Will, my brother, Chirag, everyone in the building, of course, Spencer Brown, so big him up, and yeah, man, we're good.
Now, you train in the gym alongside AJ. What does it mean to you to be involved in this historic fight week?
I mean, it's history, so how can I not say yes to an opportunity like this? I love it, and yeah, man, we're athletes, this is what we do.
And Chris, I mentioned the upcoming big fights. Where do you go next? What welterweights have you got your eye on?
Like I said, I want a big fight next. You know, I wanted one straight away in June, but that didn't happen. We move on. Now I want a European or maybe an interim or even a world title shot. I'm here, man. So.
Well done tonight, Chris. Great performance.
Thank you.
Yeah, a bit of an indifferent performance from Chris. 6 rounders. Maybe it was tough to get up to. Obviously, look, last time out was Florian Marku. He's been calling out the big names. Couldn't get it. Got on this show. And maybe that's the reason it wasn't the best Chris Kongo we've seen.
Yeah, look, we can make excuses. I would have liked to have seen a bit more there. You know, coming off the back of your career best win against Florian Marku, it's not like, you know, I want to see more that I know he doesn't have. I know he can do it. I know he's got talent. He's got speed, he can put them together. I'd like to see a bit more spike. The most important thing, I think, with the big fight potentially looming for Chris Kongo is that he got the win. I don't know what you think, Moses, on that performance.
No, I agree with you. I feel like he's gone in there, he's still got the W, and like there's a lot of stuff that fighters go through behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And maybe he might have been going through something behind the scene. But listen, I still think that he's boxed reasonably well. I feel like he could have done better, but I still feel like he has boxed well. And I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and he gets a good 6 rounds as well.
Exactly.
He gets that 6 rounds, and that means he gets that box ticked. He comes on weight, he looks in good shape. The gas tank looked really good as well. And I want to talk about you, Mr. Spiteful. You talk about being spiteful. This man's very spiteful. Last time out, Marco Huck felt the full force. When next do we see you, Moses? I feel like I need to see you every single month. When next?
2nd of November. Listen, if it was up to me, you'll be seeing me every
I know.
month. But no, I'm trying my best with this thing. 2nd of November, and hopefully I can get one in Saudi with my last fight as a teenager.
Last fight as a teenager. You know, one thing I always say to you, and I've been saying a lot, and everyone's been saying it, I know it gets on your nerves, you're getting bigger. Honestly, I look at you now. You're getting taller. You're getting bigger.
I'm still a teenager, so obviously I will be.
You know, that's by the way, that's crazy.
Still a teenager.
You're 19 is absolutely crazy. It is.
I sometimes can't believe it myself.
Yeah, so
I'm like, some of the numbers I'm seeing, I'm hitting in the gym or whatnot, and I'm like, I'm 19 and I'm hitting these numbers, and you're 30 and you ain't hitting these numbers. I'm like, what are you doing? Do you know what I mean?
I love it. Very quickly, Frank Warren, I had him in the studio recently, and he said that you called out Joseph Parker. I don't know if that was true or false, because you know sometimes Frank can maybe make things up a bit. True or false?
Do you know how it went down? I'll tell you.
Go on.
No, I'll tell you exactly how it went down. I was actually in bed and I got a call. I was like, would you fight Joseph Parker? And I said, I won't turn down the fight, but if I was to fight Parker, I like Parker. He's a nice guy. I was in his camp, became friends with him. I was like, there's loads of other guys I'd rather fight.
Yeah.
I'd rather fight. Like I said, I've grew a bond with him. I literally even put a roof over my head, put food on my belly when I was in Saudi, and it's like, I said I'd fight anyone.
Okay.
And then he said, would you fight Parker? I said I'd fight anyone.
Okay.
I'm not specifically gunning down Parker.
No.
Like, since my last fight, who have I called out? I've called out the British champion. I've called out the English champions. I've called out Joe Joyce, Joe Parker, everyone. So it's just, I just really want to make fights happen, if I'll be honest. And talking about, did I call him out? I said I'd fight anyone.
I like it. No, that makes sense. You'll fight anyone, and I think you will fight anyone as well. Moses Atama, hopefully we are going to see you very soon as on the screens, as you said, November. Anyway, look, one fight down, 2 more to go. Let's go back downstairs to Thomas Triber.
Let's continue, and first welcome to the ring from Colombia, Santiago Garces.
Well, the man from South America, now based here in the UK in Southampton, and has boxed 13 times here so far, but is yet to win any of those contests, and chosen as the latest to provide a test in the career of young Aadam Hamed. Garces, just 22 years of age, but already a veteran of 41 contests. 32 of those have ended in defeat.
And now let's welcome to the ring from England, the undefeated Prince Aadam Hamed.
Well, I saw Aadam making his way down Wembley Way earlier today with his trainer Nigel Travis. He's recently linked up with Nigel and Jamie Moore at their gym in the Northwest. Went there originally for some sparring and said he liked the vibe, liked the atmosphere, and so stayed put. This, the third outing in his professional career. And you just get a sense of a buzz around at ringside. Began that professional career in another huge fight week, actually on the undercard of the heavyweight championship contest between Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois over in Poland in August of last year. So used to the big occasions, and now a chance to make more noise in another big fight week.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in the super lightweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing. Sponsored by Visit Saudi, Solomon Al Habib Hospital, Saudi Airlines, Red Sea Global, Doria, and Middle Beast in partnership with Gold Star Promotions and Stella. Our timekeeper is Nick White. Our referee is Amy Pooh, and our scoring referee is Sean McAvoy. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing green and white and weighed in officially at 10 stone 4 pounds. A native of Bajo Baudo, Colombia, he is now fighting out of Southampton, Hampshire, England, and is a veteran of 41 professional bouts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Santiago Garces. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 10 stone 6 pounds. Hailing from Surrey, England, he is undefeated with 2 wins. One of his 2 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prince Aadam Hamid!
Listen to my instructions at all times. Watch your heads, no low blows. When I say break, step back. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
Inevitably, so much of the attention on Prince Naseem here at ringside for the 3rd professional contest of his son, 24-year-old Aadam. 2 fights, 2 wins, one of those inside the distance. And now up against Santiago Garces with that record of 32 defeats. 3 of those have come inside the distance. And on the British scene right now, a Ben, a Eubank and a Hatton. And now a Hamid. 4 of the most successful names in the history of British boxing.
That's incredible, it really is. To see the son of Naseem Hamid in the ring, and he's a good fighter. Nice, smooth, relaxed style, good rhythm to his work. He's obviously inherited that flair and I guess some sort of cockiness. You can see there, just a little spring, a little jog over to Garces, who, when I look at these opponents, Mike, I think the first thing we'll probably look at is, yes, there's 32 losses on the record, but he's only been stopped 3 times, so he's a tough nut to crack. He's game when he has to be. He's cute, he knows how to survive. So for Hamid, it's about being smart, being selective, but beating the fight out of him.
Busy boy too, Garces. This is his 10th fight of 2024. Lost 9 of them, all on points, and the other one finishing in a draw. Evidence on those results that he knows how to look after himself. Among the stoppages, Sean Noakes beat him in 5 rounds last year. And in late 2022, he was outpointed by Ben Marksby. Just a couple of the names for comparison as to the performance of Hamid. Now gets on the front foot from that southpaw stance, finding his measure.
Yeah, lovely work, really going through the gears there. Good variation with the shots, sharp, hurtful. Brilliant start for Hamid.
For Hamid, much of the experience will have to be gained in the gym. No amateur fights, but says he's had the gloves on from a very young age because of what Dad did. Dad's last fight, incidentally, was when Aadam was barely 2 years old.
Yeah, he's got nice jab, nice quick hands. And what his dad done so well was generate an awful lot of power from a solid base, and that is what Hamid has, working again through the gears.
Garces just tripping over the front foot of Hamed on his way through there, which made that look more powerful than it was. End of a sharp first round for 24-year-old Aadam Hamed. Goes back to the corner and Jamie Moore. As I was saying earlier, Aadam worked previously in Dubai and with the McCracken, Spencer Senior and Junior in Birmingham, but went over to the Northwest for some sparring and chose to stay with Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis.
Yeah, some good work from Hamed, some good angles. Again, to use the word variation, very evident, but I like the shot that he throws, very similar to what his dad used to do, the lead screw shot, and it lifted up the head of Garces a couple of times. And there was that little stumble there.
Round 2.
This one then scheduled for 4 rounds. It's just over a year since Hamed made his professional debut on the undercard of Usyk against Dubois over in Poland, and that one finished in a couple of minutes, and then taken the full 4 rounds next time out by the Bulgarian journeyman Georgi Velichkov. That was 8 weeks ago over at the O2 on the undercard of Derek Chisora against Joe Joyce.
What I like about the start here from Hamed is, though he has no amateur experience, he's trying to set traps, he's trying to find openings, and that's rare with somebody of this kind of level, 2 fights in as a pro, to be trying to unlock the opponent with little feints and variation with the lead hand. It is impressive. Definite natural talent there for Hamed.
These relatively quiet surroundings, it's the voice of Dad Nassim that Aadam will be hearing at this stage.
I think we'll see more from Hamed when he moves up the levels as well. When you look at someone like Garces, he doesn't take the bait of a feint. He has no interest in firing back with a counter. He doesn't. It's more survival. So I've already seen Hamed try and feint. He's tried to draw out the lead of Garces, but he's not biting at all. What he'll do, just every now and again, Garces, he'll just throw, you know, a half-decent shot with a bit of weight in it, and it just keeps Hamed thinking. And that's what that caliber of opponent would do, a journeyman. They just know how to stop these young, talented fighters in their tracks every so often.
Garces, now only 22, was unbeaten in his first 7 over in his native Colombia, 4 wins and 3 draws, but it does seem as though, on the evidence of what we've seen in this country, that his ambition is based on seeing his way through to the final bell.
It's not done bad, has he? Nearly 40 fights, 22 years old.
And this, the 10th this year.
Incredible. Again, nice jab, just shooting it up from the hip. Hamed, the feet have been impressive as well, and he doesn't jump too far out of range, Mike. It's just enough to miss the shot and allow him to fire back with a counter. Good boxing.
And a nod to Dad as he makes his way back to the corner. Some solid, sharp, straight work from the distance for Aadam Hamed in that.
Yeah, and approval from Dad. Just looked at him, winked and said beautiful. A word that we're very used to hearing from Prince Nassim Hamed.
Yeah, it's interesting, Darren, if you look at the different ways that the dads have got involved in their respective careers. We've seen Chris Senior in the corner with Chris Junior. We've seen Nigel Benn take kind of a standoff position in Connor's career. Always there, ready with the support, and that's who Naz has been talking about. That's the kind of approach he says he's taking. Always there, always ready, but from a distance.
Yep. I mean, what a buzz, what an honour to have your dad who's been so successful sat ringside. And look, it does come with pressure, no doubt, but it does also open a lot of opportunities. So it's down to seizing the day, seizing the moment, taking your opportunities, and try to pave your own path, make a name for yourself. And it's going to be exciting to watch all of these develop and come through.
And in making a name in the modern era, social media platforms so important. He's got 155,000 followers, has Aadam. Just imagine the impact his dad would have made on social media.
So he's just 4 behind you then, Mike. Starting to go through the gears a little bit here. Wants to get the finish inside the distance, no doubt. Hamed, it's in his blood, that's for sure. That's the shot I'm talking about with Garces. Just a big overhand right. You can see there was a bit of pop in the shot, and it just makes Hamed think, well, you know, got to be sensible here. I can't be reckless because I could walk onto one of those. A nice little short right hook as well from Garces.
He just sensed there that Hamed was slightly off balance at the end of that attack and took advantage.
Again, a little passage there where he just dipped the knees, Hamed. He was trying to get a reaction from Garces, but he just doesn't take the bait. So that's where I think he needs to be first. That naturally likes to be a counter puncher, but I think he's got to be productive here. Work, be first.
And look, a win inside the distance, Darren, looks good for the highlight reels, but it would be far from a setback for Hamed to go the full 4 rounds here, given that lack of experience and the 11 months between his first and second fights.
Yeah, I agree, because he's still looking good. That's a lovely shot. Nice right hand. But rounds are so important. Obviously, top level sparring, crucial. He's got a great team with Jamie, Nigel Travis, Jack Catchwell in the corner as well. So success breeds success, and rounds are really important in the progress of these young fighters.
Yeah, Jack Catchwell charged with shoving the stool beneath the bottom rope into the ring. Jack Catchwell back in action October the 26th against Regis Prograis. The fight we were expecting to see on August the 24th. An injury to Catchwell has delayed that one, but huge clash of southpaws. Prograis returning to the UK after being beaten in a very narrow one by Josh Taylor over at the O2 Arena. And actually looking at Hamed, there is just a resemblance to Jack Catchwell.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I actually see that myself. You're right, Mike.
Seconds out. 4th and last round.
So 3 minutes then for Aadam Hamed to put the seal on his performance. It's his 3rd professional contest. 13 months in the pro ranks, and now looking to get some real momentum into his career after a gap of 11 months between those first 2 fights.
Yeah, looking for that nice lead. Counter right hand as Garces comes steaming forward. He's just trying to keep Hamed thinking in this final round. I think he felt Garces that Hamed might go for the finish, and that's good work with the lead hand from Hamed. doesn't sit still for a minute, Hamid. He's always moving. Very elusive. Like I say, he's got quick hands, always concentrating. His eyes are fixed on his opponent, trying to unravel, trying to unlock openings from his opponent. And a blank canvas, Mike, for Jamie to work with, and that's exciting when you think you can, mould a fighter into something special with the name that he has. And so I'm told he works hard, he lives and breathes this sport, so it's very, very exciting. As I say, that nice jab from Garces.
Not having to rid him of any habits that he might have picked up, whether in the amateurs or elsewhere.
Lovely shot, left hand, led with the shot, landed high on the forehead of Garces.
Garces offering enough to make Hamid think, to make him work, to make him look for his openings as we head into the final 45 seconds of the contest.
Yeah, I like this natural flair and rhythm to the footwork here. Look, just skipping to his right there, looking for the openings, really making life difficult for Garces. Like I said a couple of rounds ago, it was something that his father done so well, generated so much power from that solid base of his, and with the movement that Hamid has, his son, he can certainly sort of mould and base his career moving forward on brilliant footwork. Oh, beautiful shots.
Showcase finish to the contest for Aadam Hamid. 4 valuable rounds on only his 3rd outing into the professional ranks.
Yeah, I think everyone all round will be happy with that. Like you pointed out, with the limited back story of boxing, or none whatsoever, just the work that he's probably done with his dad back home. 4 valuable rounds banked in the career of Hamid. Boxed nicely, the feet were very good, the jab on point, hand speed was eye-catching, and the way he was trying to unravel Garces and look for openings was also impressive. That was a nice lead left hook that caught Garces high. Good performance.
Well, for many, this the standout fight on the undercard on Saturday night across the way in the main stadium. Both of these men with wins over Craig Richards, and differing versions as to what happened in their sparring some years ago. It could be feisty. It's highly likely to be feisty. Buatsi against Hutchinson on the undercard of Dubois against AJ over the road on Saturday night. So let's get the scorecard here now from Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, our scoring referee ringside, Sean McAvoy, has it 40-36 for your winner. And still undefeated, Prince Aadam Hamid!
That's pleased with that one. 3 straight wins now in just over a year for Aadam Hamid at the age of 24. Making progress in these very early stages of his professional career. Jamie Moore alongside, also Jack Cattrall.
Boxed well, didn't he, Mike? He showed us a bit of everything there. Good movement, as I pointed out. The variation with the shots, lovely. There was that lead right screw shot that his dad threw so well, and everything followed from there. It was a good flurry of shots. We see straight shots, upstairs, downstairs. Wasn't hurt there, Garces, more of a tangling of the feet, but an impressive 4-round fight here at Wembley Arena, one that I think his dad, his team, and him most importantly can be proud of and he can move on from. There's that jab again, and that lovely lead southpaw left hand, beautiful, and you can see the arms aloft from the son of the legend Prince Naseem Hamed.
So a more than useful workout then for Aadam Hamed. Let's get his thoughts now with Ali.
Aadam, you moved to 3-0 as a pro. You're learning on the job. How did that one feel compared to your previous 2 outings?
It felt good. I got the call when I was in Morocco like 6 days ago. Sam said, do you want to fight? It's an amazing opportunity. I'd like to thank everyone that's put this show on. His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, Frank, Warren, Eddie Hearn. I'm blessed to be in this position and I just want to keep showing up for the people.
What kind of opportunity is this to fight on an event week like this?
Alhamdulillah, it's the biggest platform you can ever box on, and it's my 3rd fight ever, and I just feel like no one else is doing it like this. I'm blessed to be such part of a historic event at such a historic time. Thank you to everyone, alhamdulillah, for everything. Allahu Akbar.
And we do have to mention your dad was sat ringside watching you. How good does it make you feel knowing he is there supporting you?
Yeah, it feels unbelievable. Big up my pops, legend in the game. Inshallah, can be half as good as he is one day.
What is next for you? When are we going to see you out again?
That's up to Sam Jones and Frank Warren and Jamie Moore. I just fight whoever's put in front of me, and whenever it is, I'm ready.
Well done tonight, great performance.
I appreciate you, Ali. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? Good performance. I liked it, and look, there will always be comparisons. Once you got the surname Hamed, and by the way, his dad's my favourite ever fighter, by the way, from Britain. I mean, Prince Naseem Hamed and Nigel Benn, I can't choose. But he's got that kind of style as well. He threw some of those uppercuts through the middle like Prince always used to do. I just want him to stay busy now. That's 3 fights in 12 months. And I think at the level he's fighting, we want to see more activity.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's learning on the job. No amateur experience whatsoever. But there is that natural flair, that cockiness, that variation. Like you said, that lead screw shot, if you like, which his dad threw so well, was evident there. You can see he's been watching his dad. And why not? Because his dad was a legend. I was impressed with that. I was impressed with the fact, like I say, there is no fights to base him on. As far as an amateur, there's nothing to go by. So he's learning on the job. I will say he's with a brilliant team. Jamie Moore, Nigel Travis, and even Jack Cattrall in the corner there. Look, success breeds success. Sparring and work in the gym, so important for young Aadam Hamed. I was impressed.
Yeah, and to add to that team as well, obviously Sam Jones is managing him. So they're going to make sure they're moving in the right direction as well. And look, I like him. He talks really well. You're listening to him there, talk to Ali Drew. He speaks well. 24 is late. Obviously, he's 24. He's only had 3 fights, but they will push him to as far as he can go. And let's just enjoy the journey.
Yeah, I think so. Just enjoy the journey. Look, we don't know what the ceiling is for Hamed. You know, to emulate his dad would be very difficult, but there's a lot to work with. So like you said there, let's enjoy that bit of nostalgia that we talk about the dad and enjoy this journey. Not everyone has to be a world champion. Let's just have a bit of fun with it.
In terms of getting him out now, that was only a 4-rounder. I mean, he should be out again in a few weeks' time,
exactly
right?
That.
Get him out again.
Activity is so important, more so for these fighters that don't have the amateur background. Get them busy, get them learning, get them activity, and they will develop then as decent fighters.
All right, 2 down, 1 to go, and that one could be the best of the lot, if you're honest. Cameron Vuong is up next. Let's go downstairs again to Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, this, our final bout. Let's now welcome the participants. First, here is Joe Underwood Hughes.
Well, in listening to those interviews with Aadam Hamed and before that with Chris Kongo, none of these boxers were given too much time in terms of preparation. Late notice for all of them. And what can Joe Underwood Hughes do here tonight against one of the finest prospects in British boxing in Cameron Vuong, making his way very quickly to the ring from that facade of Buckingham Palace in the distance. which was the setting for the entrance for all of the fighters on the main event card over at Wembley Stadium on Saturday evening here for the fighters' workouts earlier today. And these 3 fights tagged on to the end. Joe Underwood Hughes here against Cameron Vuong.
And now let's welcome to the ring the undefeated Cameron the One Vuong.
And in talking of late notice call-ups, this was a man who would have been in shape anyway, originally scheduled to box in Sheffield in 10 days' time. And this tonight now will make it 6 fights in his first 11 months in the professional ranks at the age of just 22. Charismatic and immensely confident. We've seen him on the road during his professional career, which began in October of last year. Now 8 rounds ahead of him against Joe Underwood Hughes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 8 rounds in the lightweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA. With Frank Warren for Queensberry Promotions and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing. Sponsored by Visit Saudi, Solomon Al Habib Hospital, Saudi Airlines, Red Sea Global, Daria, and Middle Beast. In partnership with Gold Star Promotions and Sella. Sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, steward in charge Alan Spelling, timekeeper Nick White, our referee in charge and scoring this contest will be Sean McAvoy. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing green with gold and red and weighed in officially at 9 stone, 11 pounds. Hailing from Beeston, Nottinghamshire, England, he has a professional record of 8 wins, 3 defeats, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Joe Underwood Hughes. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing silver with yellow and purple and weighed in officially at 9 stone, 13 pounds. Hailing from Blythe, England, he is undefeated with 5 wins, 3 of his 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Cameron the One Vuong.
Okay, lads, 8-round contest. Keep it clean at all times. Keep yourself protected at all times. Touch gloves. Here we go. Good luck, lads.
So another of the prospects, top of the screen here, being guided by Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis. Cameron Vuong at the age of 22, much expected of him. Cameron Vuong from Blythe in Northumberland. Spent time at the Birtley Amateur Boxing Club, the famous club that's produced so many champions down the years. And the likes of Pat McCormack, who went to the Olympic Games and won a silver medal in Tokyo now 3 years ago. We hope to see Pat back on the scene very soon, now 5 unbeaten in the pro ranks. And Cameron Vuong here up against Joe Underwood Hughes, who won his first 7 but is now on a run, having lost 3 of his last 4.
He's built for occasions like these, Cameron Vuong, born for them even. Natural flair, confidence, as you can see, in abundance. tons and tons of ability, and I'm sure when he got the call, he was probably hoping it would be to be on the main card on Saturday, but all in good time. But he's in with Underwood Hughes, who I actually think he's better than his record suggests. He's been matched fairly hard, but he's decent. He's aggressive when he has to be. He'll work, he'll get close to you, he'll try and unsettle you. But you can see the difference in hand speed here, and it's making life very difficult for Hughes here. That jab, the speed, and you can see the confidence oozing at Cameron Vuong already.
5 wins in his professional career, which is barely a year old. 3 of those have come inside the distance.
He's got to be careful, Hughes. He's just looking to parry the jab of Vuong. And Vuong just feints as if he's going to throw a jab, then jumps in with the left hook as Hughes is looking to parry the imaginary jab, and he's just been caught with a couple of left hooks. That seems to be the shot for Vuong. Can't be greedy with it, but it's there for him at the moment.
Boxing under the name Joe Underwood Hughes, because when he turned pro there was a Joe Hughes, former European super lightweight title holder. And now trying to take the fight to Vuong.
Underwood Hughes is not bad at all. Just been in there with some decent opponents, and he's just come up second best, but in close fights. He needs to keep popping that jab out. Vuong, we've seen how sharp and accurate it is. Oh, lovely lead uppercut. As Underwood Hughes just walked in, the elbows were wide, and he found the home for it. Beautiful round for Cameron Vuong.
Well, in the centre of the screen there, Jordan Flynn, twice scheduled to face Cameron Vuong. An injury to each of them scuppered those plans, but that is highly likely to happen at some stage. And on his left there, Mark Chamberlain, who gets another chance on one of these Riyadh season bills, one of the favourites of Turki Al Sheikh. But for Jordan Flynn, he's looking for Cameron Vuong and looking to upset the forward march in the professional career of the 22-year-olds so far.
They don't like each other, do they? There's some real needle between the two of them. So I hope we get that fight.
Yeah, we've seen some real feisty face-offs, should I say. Cameron Vuong, who made his professional debut on the undercard of Lee Wood's win against Josh Warrington in October of last year. Reveling in the big time fight week, and again here this time around.
Footwork very good of Vuong, just sliding in and out of range, just knows when to go for a little walk. Underwood Hughes just looking to creep forward, so Vuong happy just to move off. Try and fire back with jabs of his own, I think Underwood Hughes, and I think the jab to the body probably the best position, or target rather, for him to aim at, because he does lean back at times, Vuong, and the body will stay there, so keep that jab popping up to the body, then you can look for the right hand upstairs. Don't want to be falling short, don't want to be missing with shots of the Underwood Hughes, because you will get made to pay. Lovely shot, good right uppercut from Underwood Hughes.
Warning sign for Vuong. Cannot get too complacent. 8 wins on the card of Hughes, only one of them inside the distance, but he can't afford to take unnecessary chances.
No, it only takes a split second in this sport. We've seen it so many times before. The favourites switching off and getting tagged and totally derail their careers. So there's a little reminder there for Vuong.
Evidence that Hughes is here to do much more than make up the numbers. And earlier on in the round, a couple of solid shots landed to the body for Vuong, but immediately Hughes came back with a couple of jabs.
He's doing the right thing, Underwood Hughes, when he looks to jump in with the long left hook, the right hand. Vuong, he just keeps his hands nice and high, and he takes that right hand on the left glove. Fell short with the right hand. Underwood Hughes there, and he's found the target for the left hook. Cameron Vuong. Just started to up the tempo there, Cameron Vuong. Put his foot on the gas, just get to work a little bit, but just weathered that little storm, Underwood Hughes. Looks to fire back with his own shots.
This one scheduled for 8 rounds.
Have a look at this uppercut. It's a beautiful shot, wasn't it? The elbows just flared out slightly from Vuong, who waves Underwood Hughes on, but you see again, beautiful. The way he just disguised the shot is as if he was going to throw a body shot, Underwood Hughes, but just crept that right uppercut through. Smile from Cameron Vuong in the corner.
Kerry Kay's there as well on the left, ace cutman. Nigel Travis on the ring apron.
Round 3.
He's done so much sterling work as well at the Mossai Fire Station Club, amateur club. Represented recently by Pat Brown at the Olympic Games. Into the third then of 8, last time out. Cameron Vuong was taken the full 10 rounds by the resilient Londoner Jeff Ofori. That was in Birmingham in June.
Yeah, looking to vary that jab up a little bit more, trying to get the hands low of Underwood Hughes, so we can look for that right uppercut, that left hook, but the right uppercut finding a home there for Cameron Vuong. I did see Jamie Moore indicating they'd like to see that shot more often, and this is good work from Vuong.
Changing pace at the beginning of this third round, and it's put distance between the two of them in terms of skill and accomplishment, and the face of Joe Underwood Hughes becoming ever more reddened as another uppercut finds its way home from Vuong. Ripple of applause from the spectators here, still here at Wembley Arena.
Some blood to the face of Underwood Hughes as well. I don't know if it's the nose or if there's a nick above or below one of the eyes. Yeah, as you say, Mike, starting to redden up, and he's finding the target a lot more frequently in this round. Vuong.
Looks like that might be a nick on the lower side of the left cheekbone of Hughes. His corner still urging him to work away behind the jab.
He's a little reluctant to throw the jab, Mike, because of the hand speed of Vuong. He knows if he misses with the shot, he's going to get caught. And that's a lovely right hand from Vuong. He's hurt Underwood Hughes.
He backs off, noticeably backs off. And there's still a minute to go in the third round. Hughes bravely turns his man, but that was a solid shot from Vuong, one of the cleanest of the fight so far.
Yeah, and he's really in his groove now, Vuong. He senses Underwood Hughes. He's really planting the feet. Good variation, 3 right uppercuts. Looking very dangerous. He's got to keep the tempo high here, Vuong. Don't let Underwood Hughes recover.
There you go.
Advice being shouted from ringside by Prince Nassim Hamed, who stayed on after the appearance of his son to watch Cameron Vuong from the same gym.
Good work from Underwood Hughes, finishing the round with some decent shots.
Good response that from Hughes after taking a heavy shot in particular, with just over a minute to go in the round.
Yeah, out of nowhere, nice little feint there, a long left hook and a right hand that followed, and you can see the reaction from Underwood Hughes, just stepping back, beautiful shot, sharp, fast, accurate, spiteful, really get full leverage on the shot, just working away at that left eye damage. Luckily it is under the eye for Underwood Hughes.
As has stayed on to watch Cameron Vuong and offering his advice from his ringside position.
Seconds out, round 4.
Referee asking for some repair work to be done to the left glove of Joe Underwood Hughes. Repair work being done in that minute in between rounds as well, around the left-hand side of his face. A swelling above the left eye to add to that nick beneath the eye.
Needs to replicate that third round, Vuong. Keep the tempo high. Vary the shots. Again, that feint with that lead hand and follows with the left hook, working an absolute treat. I'd kind of advise Underwood Hughes, if it was possible, to try and close the gap and get a bit closer to Vuong, so he's not on the end of these flashy, sharp, straight shots at full length, because he just cannot get out the way of the shots. This is brilliant work from Vuong. But the issue, he just doesn't have speed of foot or hand to trouble Vuong.
And the call from the Hughes corner was to make him miss and make him pay, but when they're coming at you with this kind of speed, very difficult to pull that off. Flipping right hand from Vuong gets through and then varies it left hand to the body immediately afterwards.
Yeah, and there seems to be a reaction from Hughes there. I don't know if it was the uppercut to the head or the body, but he's troubled. Starting to wilt slightly as he beat the fight out of Hughes. Vuong, this is a good attack again.
And stepping up the pace once more with a minute to go in the fourth round. Vuong looking for the fourth inside the distance win of his career. 11 months old, this is his sixth outing. Fast start to the professional ranks at 22, wanting to make an early statement.
Brave reply though again from Hughes, just when you think he's finished and it could be close. He rallies back with some shots, landing a good right hand. Look at the face of Hughes. Blood splattered all over.
Tremendous three-punch combination from Vuong.
Yeah, he done exactly what he had to there, Mike. He followed up that terrific third round with another eye-catching fourth round. You see the work here. The jab starting everything off. He's finding the range, he's finding the distance with that lead hand, and then he's just edging closer, bringing the feet in, dropping the right hand, and then You know, shots raining in from all angles and making it so difficult for Hughes to read the rhythm, read where the shots are coming from, and partly due to the accuracy, the speed of shots. Tripling up the right hand there, looking very good.
7 seconds. Seconds out, round 5.
Well, we move into the second half of the contest. It's scheduled to go 8 rounds, but that was a tough 3 minutes for Joe Underwood Hughes. And can now Vuong build on the successes of that previous round?
Yeah, blood from the nose that instantly makes it difficult to breathe. The nick under the left eye. It's becoming to get very difficult for Hughes in this contest. Good work though from Underwood Hughes, right hand, left hook.
Good work again at long range from Vuong. And Darren, when we talk about these fights, these developmental fights in the early stages of their careers, after that previous round, it's for Vuong now to build on that superiority.
Yeah, don't take your foot off the gas. Just keep working away, keep that pace. You can't let your opponent to try and creep back into the fight. It's down to you, the talented fighter, the one with all the skill, the speed, the power to plant your dominance in the contest. You know, you've kind of felt the best that your opponent has to offer. You've put a huge dent in your man. Now get to work, try and close the show in style. It has been a very impressive last couple of rounds from Vuong. Can he get the finish? I will say brave, determined effort from Hughes, but he's very much second best right now, Mike.
And trying to counter, trying to find success. He's not just covering up, but he is, as you say, Darren, coming off second best when he does try to exchange.
I actually think Vuong would prefer Hughes to let his hands go a little bit more, because that seems to be when he's finding the openings. If there is a lazy jab that comes out, he'll get countered with the right hand, and he's just not opting to throw as many. But as I say that, you know, he's popping a few shots out here and there, or looking for a right hand counter of his own.
Trying to time him on the way in, but Vuong got there first and now follows up. Close to the last half a minute of round 5.
I must say, when he gets to work, Vuong, he really is impressive, really good to watch. They fly in the shots from all angles, got every shot in his arsenal. The footwork, impressive, he'll skip to either side to side, trying to find more openings. Once again, I will credit the determination and the will to win from Hughes. Yeah, more of the same classy combinations there. For Hughes, he thinks a body shot is about to be planted there, but it's 2 pinpoint left uppercuts, then a straight left upstairs, and keep thinking every time if there was to be a sustained attack from Vuong, how would Hughes cope? But then he comes back with a shot and shows that heart, that desire to stay in this contest.
Ten seconds.
So they attempt to patch him up as best they can in the Joe Underwood Hughes corner as we head into round 6. This one's scheduled for 8. And Vuong will have the confidence of having gone 10 rounds at a good pace last time out against Jeff Ofori. So he will be looking to build on his successes now in this 6th round.
I heard in the corner, the Underwood Hughes corner don't respond, and I don't think they want Hughes to mix fire with fire. He will come off second best again. Beautiful work with that lead hand from Vuong, screwing the shot through the middle. He has sensed the finish could be close. Vuong started the round very busy. This 6th round.
Really picking his shots here. Nothing rushed about the work of Vuong. Hughes again, attempting a response with the right hand.
You mentioned his last fight, the Afori fight. I think it was a fantastic learning fight for Vuong. You know, only his 5th fight at the time, going 10 rounds with a veteran, you could say, a tough nut in Afori. Would have learnt bundles. So learning an awful lot as he goes along, Vuong. And learning again here against Hughes that there are some real tough nuts out there. But like myself and many of the spectators here, we want to see him cracked.
Hughes get through with the right hand, not full on. Just grazes the chin of Vuong as Vuong was looking to pull away from the shot.
Oh, there's that left hook, Mike. He took that well, Hughes.
But again, he's forced to back off. Still again, no, he fires back.
He's got to be more disciplined with that right hand of his, Hughes. Cannot afford to take many more of those shots.
Hughes now trying to get to work with the left-hand jab at the end of this 6th round. A couple to the head and then one to the body and another one to the torso area of Vuong. Just giving an indication at the end of the round, Hughes, as he skips away, that there's still fight left in the man from Nottinghamshire.
Yep, Hughes gamely trying to fight back, but that left hook finding a home time and time again. I'm surprised there's not more damage to that side of the face of Hughes. You cannot question that man's heart. You really can't. And you also can't question the skill set from Cameron Vuong, who listens into Jamie Moore, who has a wealth of experience, and he'll be happy with his man. I've absolutely no doubt. Jamie Moore, a young man that still a lot to learn, but
10 seconds.
The world at his feet. Big opportunities await for Cameron Vuong if he keeps learning, keeps progressing the way he has.
And at 22 for Cameron Vuong, maybe the strength and added power are still to come. This only his 6th outing in the professional ranks, and has yet to complete his first full year as a pro.
Yeah, that's a valid point, that, Mike. You know, I didn't get my man strength, if you want to call it that, till probably my mid-20s. So still potentially some maturing to do for Cameron Vuong, and you know, that's worrying for the rest of the guys in the division, because if more strength, physical strength is to come, which I'm sure it will, it really will be a threat.
And you talk about the division, Darren, he's got that scope, it looks like, can move through. Been boxing at lightweight to super lightweight, welterweight. He's got that frame, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He really has. More filling out to do. He's not short. That's always a worry when you're short. Kind of stunts your progression to be able to move through the weights. But right now, looking comfortable, looking solid. At a tender age of 22. So much to like about the young man.
Hughes looking for his successes, but it's for Vuong now to make sure that the fight is fought at his pace and in his pattern.
They're calling the Hughes to apply more pressure. Yeah, the shoelace of Vuong undone.
It's all part of the build-up in fight week. These fights tagged on to the end of the boxers' workouts. 6 fights on the big show next door, Wembley Stadium, Saturday night, topped of course by the IBF heavyweight showdown between Dubois and AJ, as Vuong gets onto the front foot once again now.
What a night that is going to be. Saturday night is going to be electric. The atmosphere. Oh, look at this from Hughes. Tremendous desire shown once again. So impressive.
Stirred a few in the crowd as well, getting behind Hughes. Half a minute to go in the 7th.
Heart of a lion, a warrior is Hughes. Second best in every department, but he's still there trying to land heavy shots, trying to unsettle the young contender. Well, I tilt my hat to Hughes. What a tough man. When you thought the fight was completely out of the man, comes rallying back. Good defensive skills, I must say, from Vuong, avoiding the shots, but the desire, the intent from Hughes, so impressive. Way down on the cards in this contest. He knows the end is close now and giving us a final flurry of shots.
10 seconds. Seconds out. 8 and last round.
So the Joe Underwood Hughes corner asking for pressure in this 8th and final round. 1 or 2 successes in the 7th for Hughes. And now a chance for Vuong to close out the fight in style, but again Hughes gets on the front foot.
Yeah, good pressure from Hughes, but some good work off the ropes from Vuong.
A chance for Vuong to capitalise on any gaps left by Hughes, by the bravery of Hughes.
He took a nice right hand there. Again, Hughes, beautiful shot from Vuong, didn't budge. Hughes at all. Looks to work the angles himself. Nice little skip to the right from Hughes, working the body. I'd like to have seen that a bit more from Vuong actually, some more work to the body. Oh, good right hand again from Hughes.
Pushing, probing, trying right to the end, Joe Underwood Hughes. A late opportunity for all of these appearing here tonight. And for Vuong also, who maybe, even though he was about to fight in 10 days' time, is not at his absolute sharpest here tonight.
Took another beautiful right hand again. Hughes, it was a long left hook, and found the home for that right hand again. Good footwork from Vuong, but again, I've mentioned it numerous times, the toughness of Hughes. So impressive.
Well, Hughes asked for it, and delivered. Final 50 seconds of the final round.
I've enjoyed this. It's been a good contest to close the show here at Wembley Arena. Vuong showcasing what he's all about, what he's got. Still learning, of course. But if you take into account the 10 rounds that he had with Bafori, the 8 rounds that he's going to have here against Hughes, invaluable, I believe, moving forward for Vuong.
Plenty of takeaways for Vuong and the team. And he's finishing in style here, putting Hughes under pressure. One final time in Hughes' own corner. Big finish here from Vuong. Hughes tries to respond and the bell comes just in time. Great performance by Joe Underwood Hughes. But it was a very smart, sharp performance in the circumstances from Cameron Vuong. Still less than a year into his professional career and building momentum and building a reputation fight by fight. And Hughes there suggesting that he is more than happy to have made it through to hear the final bell.
And it was exactly that, saved by the bell. And I'm glad he got to hear the final bell. Underwood Hughes, he deserved it. Showed so much toughness, so much heart, so much will to win in there. But he was just second best in every department. That was all it was. I think that was a good display from Vuong. Showed us a bit of everything. You can see just leaning over the rope right above us here at the commentary desk. You can see the damage to the face of Underwood Hughes. They've done a really good job actually stopping the blood flow of that cut, but good performance from Cameron Vuong.
Well, we cannot wait. 3 days' time now, we'll be next door at Wembley Stadium for the latest All-British World Heavyweight title fight. A record crowd for these two men, both of them on the revival path. Who will land that first destructive punch? Will it be enough? We cannot wait. All happening in 3 days' time, live here on DAZN. Fantastic undercard, all building towards that big heavyweight showdown. Record crowd, 96,000 expected. Here then for Cameron Vuong against Joe Underwood Hughes. Let's get the official scorecard from Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing, our referee in charge, Sean McAvoy, scores it 79-73 for your winner. And still undefeated, Cameron "The One" Vuong.
So the gameness of Joe Underwood Hughes is rewarded by the referee with a single round, but a comprehensive, emphatic win for this young man, 22-year-old Cameron Vuong, making it 6 straight wins inside his first year in the professional ranks.
Yep, impressive display. He goes on to bigger and better things. He'll be desperate to get on one of these main cards one day, and with the talent that he has shown us this evening, I've no doubt he will. Look at that lovely left uppercut, just skipping off. He did show us a lot of skill and power and accuracy in his work, Vuong. But as did Hughes, showing that desire, mixing it up at times. Look at that beautiful disguised body shot and fires through the left uppercut. Admiring his work there, and why not? Very good display from Cameron Vuong. Another right hand. Impressive stuff going through the gears. And this is at the end. Almost got the job done and saved by the bell.
And Hughes just making it through to hear that final bell. And let's get the verdict now of Cameron himself up there with Ali.
Cameron, you remain undefeated. Some valuable rounds there. Not long to prepare for this fight, but how did you feel in here tonight?
Yeah, you know, it was a massive opportunity. Firstly, I want to say a massive thank you to His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh for the opportunity. Eddie Hearn, Frank Smith, Sam Jones, my team. It's a great opportunity. I'm happy to be here on this big stage, and I feel it's where I belong.
How important is it to have opportunities like this, especially so early on in your career?
It's massive, you know, getting used to these bright lights. I feel I'm a different fighter to when I was 3 months ago against Jeff Foury. I feel like that fight brought us on leaps and bounds, and I'll continue to get better.
Just talk us through the fight, and especially the ending. You had a flurry of punches. It looked like you were maybe trying to get him out of there just at the end.
Yeah, I would have loved to get him out of there on my Riyadh season debut, but it wasn't to be. Another 8 rounds in the bank, and the learning continues.
It certainly does, and a lot of the boxing fans were looking forward to your fight with Jordan Flynn. He was ringside watching. When is that fight going to happen? Any updates?
Listen, it's never going to happen. The man's a pussy. He was offered the fight on November 30th. He turned the fight down. He doesn't want to know. That man, he's only relevant because of me, and he's nothing without me. He'll never fight or match him again if it's not me next.
So what is next for you?
Whoever, wherever. I'd love to box in Saudi. Someone like Gavin Gwen. I feel like I'm due a step up. I don't want to be a prospect no more. I want to be a contender. That wasn't my best performance tonight, and I'll show it in future, God willing.
Well done tonight. Another great performance.
I like that. Strong words there from young Cameron Vuong. A good performance behind us, and I think everyone's enjoyed it here as well. That is it. The media public workouts are done, plus 3 fights as well. But don't go anywhere. You fight fans have been asking for this, and you finally have got it. Myself and the great Ariel Helwani are going to have a show together every single week on the Zone, Tuesdays 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. for you American fight fans as well, and I can't wait. Look, I'm a massive fan of Ariel Helwani, arguably the biggest combat sports broadcaster presenter in the world, and he teams up with me. Is it Ade versus Ariel? Is it Ariel versus Ade? It doesn't matter. We're going to be together, and our first show is actually going to be live tomorrow after the press conference, so make sure you tune in. It's going to be fun and games for about a year, or for as long as Ariel can compete with Ade Oladipo. So this could end very, very quickly. But look, it's going to be a great show. I look forward to it, and it's going to be on tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in. As well as that, the press conference is tomorrow as well. Yours truly hosting it. So see you tomorrow for the press conference as we get closer to AJ versus Dubois.
AJ versus Dubois, face off, take one.
Do you want to go now? Let's go.
Relax.
Do you want to go now?
Go. Chair across your face. Don't disrespect.
No, you can't intimidate.
Don't disrespect.
You can't intimidate me.
Don't disrespect.
You can't intimidate.
Don't disrespect.
No,
don't disrespect me on my life.
It's okay. 2 Brits going for the biggest prize in the sport. It's chasing undisputed.
It doesn't get better. This is why boxing, when it's done